Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ink2Win. Honestly, special occasion be on Fridays, but it'll do for now while BNS is on break. It's nice to have people watching the stream and actually able to coordinate with such a, I guess, short notice. A lot of teams actually showing up, which is actually amazing, don't you think?
Hello, everybody. I've been talking for like 30 whole seconds without being unmuted.
Nice.
Alright, so we've got some games ahead of us. Everybody's in the lobby, so I'm going to start getting this ready. Do you want to talk a little bit about the map mode we have ahead of us while I get everybody situated in this lobby?
Will do. Okay. Everyone knowing Starfish main stage, it's a very, very wide map. Flank heavy, you'll probably guarantee at least one or two flanks from both sides of the map. Having those greats, definitely want to watch both sides. Yeah, again, very flank heavy, probably seeing those aggressive weapons, probably more dualies or probably mid-range weapons like Kensa Pro. Even though I haven't really been seeing Kensa Pro a lot lately, we probably might see it for the Booyah Bomb factor for being zones. Also, with Starfish having that main street area, it's also very easy to push up and actually lock out.
This is true. Starfish is such a flank heavy map. I'm not totally sure we're going to see too many Kensa Pros coming out at us, because I know that, especially since it's dropped off the meta with its low shot fire rate, it doesn't necessarily complement being able to handle flanks incredibly quickly.
No, I mean, Kensa Pro its own, like, it's okay. It's more, I guess, say more of the main power up effect to it. Like, that's what people really dislike about it. People adore Booyah Bomb. Like, you see a lot more heavy remixes and Kensa Pro. Like, remixes making, like, I guess its debut, I guess, lack of a better word. Probably maybe see a Booyah Bomb, but we'll see.
Alright, we're heading into our first game. We've got Splat Zones on the leaf. We have the Thieves on the one side. The Thieves are on the yellow side, and the Team Aquarius is Inkstrong Aquarius is on the blue team. We've got a double backline composition coming out from the Thieves with a custom dynamo and a heavy remix. I didn't turn on my custom. I don't expect it to be on the auto. So we're gonna zoom in on the battle on here. We've got Steamer coming out inside of Aquarius. Maybe doing the best time to fix this with the backing them up with the coordinated point. Dynamo goes down on the other team. It looks like they have. We've got two spot down inside of Aquarius. Which is really trying to find armor, but there's a little shiver going down.
Oh, definitely. These are actually pushing that street area, like you said earlier. Even though they use a couple of their specials, it seems that Team Aquarius actually has quite a few of theirs, which we'll probably see it take back the zone very momentarily, as the counter does actually seem to count down.
And did not know that the push between the most looks like they've got a victory straight away on the side of the Thieves.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play by the Thieves. They were able to actually push up really early and actually get that aggressive push. They also actually watched the flanks pretty well and also coordinated special to actually counter what Aquarius was doing in the specials. Like, for example, Gumu's Booyah Bomb on the zone actually countered Baller, and Ikander actually rushing the zone, actually maintaining control, which actually got to an easy knockout.
So we're going to transition back into, or we're going to be transitioning to tower control on Triggerfish. I don't know about you, but whenever I play this map mode combo of I feel like the teams are very prone to falling off the map more than any of the other map mode combos we usually see on Triggerfish.
No, you're definitely right about that. Camp Triggerfish and Zone, its checkpoints are really, I guess, major choke points, just like checkpoints in literally every other map in the game. Especially the second checkpoint, which actually beneath sandbags and actually street on the grates. People can come from the grates from street or even just jump across you from the bridge on the left. So you're very vulnerable in that position unless you can take control of both areas, which actually is very difficult for most teams.
Yes, a lot of teams, in order to take control of that map, will actually run 2 backline weapons on this particular stage, posting one up on the wall and then one up on your little elbow corner. I know back on my team, Koi Pond days, we would do our best to run a charger and a splatling, put the charger on the wall and then the splatling moves in on the elbow, and that was always an interesting combination. Do you think we're going to see the double backline comp again from the Thieves, and if it will benefit them as much as it did on Starfish?
To be honest, I'm probably going to, being in the meta that is now, probably going to expect more of a midline comp, maybe like those sloshers or like those range blasters, or pros even. You'll definitely have a backliner as a Stingray, because camp and also tower control being vertical, and tower just being a Stingray mech in itself. We'll actually see it from both teams. We do see actually a lot of midline comps, but overall midline, to be honest.
The Thieves have opted to keep their belly backline comp, and they've got to switch from the vanilla software
We do actually agree about what will be the end of the process. Steve, sorry, I'm forgetting what the color for Syria. Oh yeah, Steve is Syria.
We've got the range blaster looking for the push on that they managed to get past it and continue to push. Their attachment would go down continuously, but with only one going down for, with only one person going down to the other. These were able to continue to push with only the zero to 10 and make it down. So to the next customer, if it's really starting to smooth, and now they play off completely twice, they're able to get back on the mid, team back on the third.
Now this is your chance to require, so you really want to get those major areas like on the elbow on the left knee, including sandbag. They also have 3 specials that would actually probably expect a lot larger push. Like I said earlier on. And the Booyah Bomber itself acts like, I guess, an aggressive Stingray, just like 10 missiles to connect it. Very viable in this meta, can both game and actually cause a lot of pressure in choke points, such as checkpoints and power control.
With 2 down, this is very nice for making a leap, but the power level goes down to the relative button inside of the field. Unless we get a couple of hits, the power might end up the steering inside the Thieves going down. Once again, the Power Rider is taking some damage and not able to continue with the Heelys in the position that they were able to take them out. But now we've got 2 up on the side of the Couriers. We're pushing in on them. Unfortunately, the ball doesn't hit the Splatling tends to their own Splatling, but they do manage to take the lead. And the two going down looks like this might be the end of their push. They just need to get some power into their territory. And set up their push back
Definitely, even though both teams still on the same checkpoint, the players actually got past the checkpoint open actually hugely despite how many points, after they got the checkpoint. So that's been like a really tough spot to get past, even though they almost got past it. And there's just one push.
We've had two people go down inside of the period, with the thieves having all of their special but they've got two going down. Aquarius takes out the tile and they push it away from that checkpoint.
Yeah, these definitely showing a lot more dominance than they actually towards the tower. It's actually looking quite cleanly between messaging and certain players from the player side are just messing up.
We got one left on the tower and that man goes down. Don't have the opportunity to pop a couple things off on that checkpoint and take the lead back in the 10 seconds. Don't participate We've got 4 seconds to get on that tower. Looks like they've used it. Now they've got to do their best without any hardcore transformation of the tower. We've got two down on the side of Aquarius. We've got just the one man on the tower. We've got the jumps coming in. And can they manage it? We've got two down, and it looks like even though they made that checkpoint despite all odds, we're not going to be able to see 2-0 on the side of the thieves. We're going to be transitioning into round 3, which will be Rainmaker on the reef.
Now definitely the thing that Aquarius did there, they actually, like we said earlier, pressured both areas as much as they could with both street and sandbags. Like we saw Baller pressuring heavy, which actually, I guess, stalled the steering long enough, and also other members of the thieves were rushing the tower, which made Aquarius. They actually did take advantage of that and actually got more of the checkpoint than the thieves actually originally did in their first push.
Mm-hmm. The Triggerfish is the map of 2v2s, and once they got that down, they won their fights. Aquarius took a good advantageous position for that overtime push in order to keep the lead.
Definitely. Now Rainmaker on the Reef, now people who are not familiar with Rainmaker on the Reef, it has been updated for, I'm pretty sure it has been. Rainmaker actually spawns on the bridge area, so it's a bit different for both teams. Which both teams can actually take a different approach. Some people prefer buckets, or sometimes even tend to brawl and actually start a push on bridge, since it's just such a, I guess, a curved area, not like a flat fighting ground, which actually weapons like umbrellas and sloshers can take advantage of. Also, the pedestal being closer to the spawn would be a lot closer to push up. A strong push on this map would probably be around maybe mid-20s-ish if you actually want some cushion for your defense.
Alright, pardon me. I've been informed that the game audio is a little loud, and for a second I couldn't find it, but here we go. I'm able to turn it down so that people can hear us better as opposed to the game. A little bit of a hectic start, but a start nonetheless. We see that the thieves have dropped their double back line for this game of Rainmaker on the Reef. Not a bad call on their part, as backlining on the Reef in particular is probably one of the hardest maps to do so in this game. And by dropping the dynamo, they give them more mobility.
Now, Aquarius actually does take advantage of the bridge part, actually going double bucket with Machine and the Soda Slosher. They actually played patient at the start, but actually, I guess, came to their advantage as they spread out further and actually got more map. This could be the start of a good push for Stingray and Burst Bomb Launcher being acquired. And the Rainmaker actually rotating to the right, actually a bit different than what going mid. Points won't be as large as it actually goes down to 90, not much prevailing to that push.
Yes, And we've got 3 down on the side of Aquarius. We've got the Thieves preparing for another push with the 10 missiles, taking out some of the remaining Aquarius players as they get ready to paint up mid and get some extra points. And like you said before, we've got the mid push isn't as strong as it used to be back in the days pre-patch, or pre-rework, that's the word I was looking for. Oh, we've got a full wipe on the side of the Thieves, so this gives them the opportunity to push it through mids and get some big points. Unfortunately, the baller falls off the little ledge and they can't get the hardcore push into their base that might have given them the opportunity, and because of the hesitation, we've had a flank on the Pensies that keeps them from pushing past 80 points.
It's still anyone's game. If you can get up to that stereo, that's a guaranteed maybe like 60, possibly 50, if I remember scoring in my head on this map. But we do actually see the Thieves with, or sorry, not the Thieves, we still have Aquarius actually 2 specials at the right, only one now being the burst on launcher. Which actually does stay alive, it actually goes down to the Fizzy Bomb in the end. 55 is an okay push on this map, but it's not the greatest. It's still manageable for the Thieves, actually. Sorry, not the Thieves. Aquarius, I keep getting mixed up with teams. Aquarius to come back on, I guess, this stage of mode. It's still tons of time left. Actually, they actually getting killed mid splashdown, not the greatest splashdown, even though they're super easy to kill now. People learning more and more.
We've got Nebula moving back with the Stingray in their pocket, but with the Thieves having a Stingray of their own, might be seeing a Stingray battle in this upcoming next push. But we've got Aquarius with the upper hand with all of their specials ready. We see a coordinated push going up with Aquarius popping 3 of their own specials in order to take some control in mid, but without getting enough picks, it seems that this push is going to be coming to an end very soon. That's 3 down the side of Aquarius. Blaster sharking in mid, making sure to doing what they can to find the remaining heavy, getting just a little too much distance in between those shots in order to secure that pick. And with 2 down on the side of the Thieves, oh, their Kensies goes down though. 2 down on the side of the Thieves, that was their opportunity to push ahead, but now we've got this splashdown coming in to pop that bubble. Perhaps you're going to see the push that they need in order to get those extra points. The Rainmaker has been picked up, but there's 3 pushing in on the area that they want to jump up onto. The Dualies are waiting, trying to see if they can flank for a pick. And the splashdown comes down, it takes down 2 people. And with that, we've got a triple that ends that push. Now they have the opportunity to get even more points than they had already obtained with the assistance of the Stingray.
No, definitely. That was really good defense by the Thieves there. Heavy setup with Ray, and also I guess surrounding all corners so Aquarius can flank or even make a desperate push off of it. Aquarius also using the specials earlier, such as the Stingray, and also Baller got popped like on its own very early in the Ray, killing 2 people, even though couldn't have been any more support to the push as the Rainmaker is so far back in mid.
We're coming up to 10 seconds left. Aquarius has obtained every single special that they need in order to get these last couple points, but the Rainmaker goes down. They're not going to be able to pop that in time, and that means this entire set will be given to Thieves.
Thieves definitely prevail in the spot zones and even on Rainmaker here. They coordinate specials and actually coordinate specials both in offense and defense. 4 Stingers from Gumu both being on offense and defense, especially for defense stopping push. I think it was to 81. It's actually a really solid defense for their team on this map and mode.
It's looking good. Okay, I'm going to transition into the BRB screen so that I can set up the match screen for the next match. Why don't we talk about some of these upcoming games and what you may or may not be looking forward to in them. We've got Oh, where'd the map list go? I'm lost. There it is. Clamblitz on Sturgeon, Splat Zones on Inkblot, and Tower Control on Blackbelly Skate. Tower Control, I think, is... Do you think that Tower Control had any benefit from the Wii work that they managed? Or do you still think it's a little bit of a slog and it's definitely not as bad as it was in comparison, but I think that first checkpoint is still pretty rough. What about you?
Tower Control on what map? Sorry, I missed that.
Tower Control on Blackbelly Skate would be the last map that would be in round 2.
Now here, definitely the toughest checkpoint to get by is the first checkpoint. Teams can easily bombard that checkpoint from snipe or even from their plat easily, just at midline or even the backline weapon. Definitely, once you get past that checkpoint, it gives you a lot of map control. Like, getting that checkpoint practically gives you all control of it on the left and the right. And then you can just focus push more towards the half pipe and actually continuing the specials and such. And also, you'll probably see like a lot more flanks from the zone where that first checkpoint once was. Probably from more like dually players or more aggro frontline players as well. So like if you can cover both those areas again from the tower, then it should be a solid push from either team who actually pulls it off correctly.
I like to watch Ink2Win play a lot of scrims and tourneys via Toon streams, and when I do, I see them play Vanilla Pro a lot on Blackbelly. What do you think of that pick?
I feel like Blackbelly on its own, it's a very cramped map. Like there's very minimal flat area and it's a lot of, I guess, upward travel. So, and also, I guess half pipe is a very good choke area. It's also very narrow as well, so throwing a point sensor may allow whoever's defending there to back up even further than they intended. Or even just to start a push overall in general, knowing where the other team is. And you actually like defend the fire efficiently from that first checkpoint, like we said earlier. So overall, Pro is, I guess, a really good choking weapon when it comes to those checkpoints in half pipe narrow areas.
Alrighty. Our first game is gonna be Clamblitz on Sturgeon Shipyard.
Okay,
I think Clamblitz for this map mode is probably one of the more balanced ones. If you don't, I say that and then I immediately think of the spinner push.
No. People on Sturgeon Shipyard can come from here, there, and everywhere. Spinner, left, right, you name it, it could be. Even in your base for all I care, honestly.
That may have not been the most well thought out thing that came out of my mouth today. But despite that, it is one of my favorites in particular to play on. For me personally. Okay, now I can transition into the map mode list. There we go. Beautiful.
Sturgeon itself, honestly, it's just about how you delay, I guess, each push of your clams. Like, you focus on, like, one area, and, like, the odd person could possibly flank or even get a few clams from the top or from the other side, and vice versa for all the other options. And also with relaying specials, like, for example, you may want to start with, like, a baller or even bubbles or booyah bomb or whatever you decide to start with, and delay those specials enough so you can actually get clams and continue to push as long as possible. Like one ball at a time isn't just going to work. You'll probably get just smoked just giving them a free football, and they can actually retaliate a lot more, or the opposing team can retaliate a lot more.
Okay. So we're transitioning into the next game. We're going to be watching Azure versus Stray Squid Pickup. The password was dropped in the commentator lounge.
Will do.
Okay. So between these two maps, which I don't have a lot of particular favor for, we do have Inkblot Zones, which is probably one of my favorite games to play overall in Splatoon. I'm being informed that one of the players on the other side is having a little bit of internet issues. Hopefully we won't see too much trouble come from that. Oh, I just gotta remember to invest in those LAN adapters, gamers.
I wish. I honestly wish. I'm telling you, man, Canadian internet is a whole nother story.
That's fair enough. I remember when I was on the poor internet days, I had found out like half a year into my Splatoon career that the router that we had from our internet provider was like 7 years old and had like less ping than literally if you plug something into a potato. So once
You mean more ping?
that's what I meant. So once that got situated, and then I invested in a power line, I haven't had anywhere near the problems that I used to. It was never a lot for me. A lot of the disconnection things were never even particularly just like lagginess or DC. It was a lot of them tended to be where like you pseudo DC'd, or you or somebody else in your lobby pseudo DC'd, where it was like you were technically in two separate rooms, but you were still playing the same game. So like you were invisible to someone and someone was invisible to you, and that also meant that you were invulnerable to them. And that's probably one of the weirdest things that I've encountered in Splatoon. It was games like that. It's been a long time since I've had to deal with that, but it drew some interesting clips.
You are so right. I rarely get those, but like, it's just an odd disconnect. It's not the biggest deal in the world.
It's definitely something we're used to as people that play Splatoon.
Welcome everyone to the stream where we're talking about each other's internet. Thanks.
Hey! That's what we're all here to see, right? Okay. I'm gonna make sure I transition properly into the main game, which we're starting. It's gonna be Azure first thing versus a pickup that is named the Stray Squids. I'm looking forward to this. I haven't seen Mudcup and his gang on Azure play since we played at G6. We see they've picked up a very meta comp and then also included the Soda Slosher in it. Not something I see too much in comparison to running something like the mini Splatling, but a welcome choice nonetheless. We've got one going down on each side of the other teams, but we've got a triple going down on Team Azure. The Chargers boldly still posted on their snipe. They get the pick on the pusher right as they put the Powerball in, and they're able to defend this entire push by themselves despite their entire team just going down. I think that's a triple on Shy's part for Azure. And we've got an effective clam defense that's going to allow their team to pick up what they need to and make sure that they get a good push of their own.
No, definitely. Also, leading that triple, that was actually really, really strong. But having Shy there, just getting that clutch pick on him, actually kind of saved the defense for the pickup.
Without the Doolies raining havoc on their spawn, everybody else on the side of Azure was able to respawn in comfortably, which led to this decent push on the side, on Green Team's side. We've got Mudcup going down without any more clams. That's going to be the end of that point gainage. But with Pika hiding underneath their spawn, they might have a little more trouble respawning than they anticipate.
Profile actually having 9 clam strength is Shy. Actually, another good chance to push as 3 goes down. Just the heavy spawning deco actually does go down with Pika. Pika Slosher is just so dangerous, honestly. I just like 2 buckets I idolize the most, Pika and Plantro, honestly. Props to those guys.
If Quavo always switches between playing Splatlings and Sloshers depending on the meta, so if Splatling meta weren't the way it is right now, I'd definitely add Quavo to that list. But now we've got the Stray Squids accumulating a clam of their own and also having pity. They've got one on each side going down, but are they going to be able to manage to distract Shy enough in order to make this push, who seems to be the all-star in defense for this particular game? We've got Mudcup going down, which means they've got a staggered respawn. The Baller's coming in, and they seem to be jumping with their pity ball, but with the two going down, the other side doesn't look like they're going to have the opportunity to put either of those balls in. Zink's going to have to go back to their own spawn. They're going to have to regroup and make a new push if they want to get past that 80.
Definitely. One thing that they definitely need to do to get that push going is get rid of the backline. Like Shy, there was like their only problem to actually get that push started. Like Shy got the jump, he got the baller, and just wait for his teammates to actually prevented them from scoring any points.
Alright, we've got 10 missiles coming out on the side of Stray Squids, but it seems like Azura's got complete control in mid, with Shy being able to safely stay where they are. They've just denying Shy Squids the opportunity to move anywhere other than just their own low ground in their spawn. Pika puts in another power clam, and if they get the second one in, that's almost going to be the game. It won't be the game. I was messing up my math there. 17 plus 10 is 20, right? And there it is. Knockout.
Game. Definitely really well played by Stray Squids. Shy's defense definitely is what saves them the game. Seeing Azure push up with the baller and whatnot. Getting the jumps as well.
Yeah, despite having 3 down for Azure at the very beginning of that, they definitely recoiled from that and got their bearings enough to earn that knockout.
Definitely. If you kept that jump alive, if you kept that baller alive, if you had another special just to relay or calling out the backline, definitely would have led to a stronger push.
Alright, so we're transitioning into splat zones on Inkblot. What do you think that Shy Squids could shift around with their comp in order to give them the advantage over Azure in this situation?
To be honest, keep doing what you're doing. Like your comp, you seem to be coordinating specials quite well. Honestly, probably slow slasher wouldn't really work the best here, having bomb rush, because there's not much to paint a zone.
Yes, with the
burst
bomb rush acting the way it does, even if you get them out, if it directs any of those glass walls, it's not going to get as much of the ink coverage as you could if you had something like a normal burst bomb rush. So having a different, switching to something like a baller to be able to cap one or the other side of the zone in coordination with your teammate would definitely be a wiser pick.
Definitely, positively, probably getting like either 10 missiles or Booyah Bomb. Backliners themselves like to hang out in that top mid area of the zone, which actually is a great place, I guess, to camp and look out for the opposing team from flat. Easy picks, able to paint up for your aggros as well. So pretty much Booyah Bomb, if you want to get that backliner off of there, you want that Booyah Bomb. Oh, did I not press A? I apologize.
It's okay. Give me enough time to think about transitioning the stream. That's the important part here.
No, but yeah, definitely probably expect Booyah Bomb or 10 missiles just to intimidate that backliner and actually get him off the mid so you're able to push back in.
Alright. We're moving into a game where this is the first time I'm seeing the new NZAP being used in a tourney setting. I've seen it a bunch in playing my games on my own, but I'd really love to see how well this painting monster performs. Zink going down, but taking Mudcup with them eventually with that assist. We've got Azure with the advantage, having the zone and the picks. We've got 2 down on the side of Stray Squids with the charger going down in just a second.
Pika going ham with the bomb rush and slasher combo. Going aggro right in Azure's face, actually getting a double, possibly triple, and actually assist from the Stingray.
That's right. You don't
Slasher
need that.
just doing its thing.
You don't need that burst bomb to take the zone if you're already in the enemy base, and that looks like exactly what was on Pika's mind when they picked that Slasher. So we've got the Firefin has attained their bomb rush, and they're using it as much as they can to paint the zone. But unfortunately, we've got a wipe on the side of Stray Squids again, which may or may not lead to the end of this and a knockout. We've got 2 down with the bomb, and that has got to be the end of this game. We've had a storm on the zone, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough to get the paint they need in order to neutralize and possibly take. So that the next game definitely goes well earned to reserve.
Really. It really worked well. They actually pushed up strongly into flat Pika, and also Shag taking advantage of the top mid. But both pressures from both sides actually was very hard to deal with, and actually led to a strong push onto plat. And also made possibly a miscommunication on specials as well. I mean, confuse the team. Sorry, Shy Squids, you said?
Azurs are the champions of this round.
Okay.
They took 2 games out of Stray Squids are unfortunately, despite their best efforts, going to be taking the L for this one.
No, definitely Shy Squid's probably a miscommunication on specials. I see 2 go down and then a bomb rush come out that actually didn't really do much effect to the zone. It's possibly miscommunication or just a panic on their part.
Alrighty, so we're going to be moving on to round 3 of the winner's bracket. The next maps are not going to be what I have the screen. I have to take a second to properly put up the scoreboard, which had escaped me for a moment before. So tell me your opinions about Rainmaker on New Albacore. I think everybody has some strong opinions about Albacore and how it's played.
Rainmaker on this stage, definitely a tricky one. I'll definitely say that. Having bridges just makes it so much harder, so you're almost guaranteed to push to the left unless it's like an obvious opportunity to push.
Through mid?
Through mid, optimally, yes. It's just because it's so much easier for backlines and also aggro weapons just to push the Rainmaker. It's just so vulnerable on the grates. Which actually could end your push really early, if not careful. And also pushing up an L actually kind of corners the opposing team into a choke. So it's like you're only defending from that one street, but like you have the flank, just like every map does. So literally if you cover that and actually push up the choke with coordination, you should be good.
This is true. I see, well, in order to counter kind of like the grates and the stuff that the Albacore has to offer, I've seen people play Ink Brush on it, so they put down that brush and have the ongoing run speed in order to outmaneuver people on those grates. What do you think about the Ink Brush and its viability?
Ink Brush on this stage, Albacore being like a gigantic stage like compared to many other stages. Brush only can take advantage on the grates. I don't think it can really do that much unless the team actually has support and actually knows what they're going to do with the Ink Brush itself. Like, sure, it can be good in the grates, like you said, for the run speed and whatnot, but it's not Climb Blitz, it's more Rainmaker. You're not going to get that advantage having the Rainmaker.
This is true. It's not like you have the opportunity to paint ahead for your team. Anybody, and in order to get the push that you need, you're going to have to walk those grates yourself without the assistance of that Ink Brush meta. Is it meta? Is that what we call that now?
Honestly, I see very few Ink Brush players, and just seeing them play, just I don't get how people do it, but it's whatever. Like, you do you, man. It doesn't bother me. If you can do amazing God tier with the Ink Brush, then go for it. Show me what you got.
Alright, so we're gonna be moving on to winners round 3 next. We talked about Albacore Rainmaker. Round 2 would be, I almost said Splat Suns and Inkbot. That's what we just did. Round 2 would be Tower Control and Piranha Pit. Another interesting Tower Control one. Are these the map modes for this month? Because I didn't finish my calculation for Clan Blitz last month because I didn't like any of the maps. And with the way I've been seeing these Tower Control, I'm not sure I'm going to be finishing Tower Control this month either for my calculation matches.
I'm pretty sure these are the X-Rank maps. I haven't took like a deep look into the maps, but I'm pretty sure by the looks of things, it is.
Oh, sure.
These maps are very interesting. A lot of repeats as well.
I'll transition back into this screen so I can properly edit our match modes. We got, first is Rainmaker on Albacore, right? Where's that one? There he is. Rainmaker on Albacore, Tower Control Piranha, and then Splat Zones on Skipper. I hear a lot of negative feelings about Skipper Pavilion, and it's what's the name of the way they, I think it's called mirrored. It's mirrored layout. Mirrored maps weren't particularly favored in Splatoon 1 either, as far as I remember. So the option to bring them back into Splatoon 2 via Skipper's Pavilion is one I don't think people were expecting during its release, or when it was announced, not during its release.
Skipper Pavilion in its own is kind of like an inverted Salt Spray Rig, if you remember from Splatoon 1, where you had like 2 spawn points in the bottom area and definitely the higher top area. A lot bigger. Like your spawn points are at the top instead of the bottom, so teams are obviously rushing from the top down from the bottom, or vice versa. A very flank heavy map as well, as long as statues. You can also go from Slick, which can be easily accessed, and you actually won't watch that when you can. Oh my gosh, excuse my voice crack.
It gets to the best of us.
From the top, you definitely see a lot more, I guess, backliners, because they don't want to drop down, especially chargers, spotlighting, so you'd most likely look at that top area. Like, pairing here is definitely crucial. You gotta know who's going where, what's going to happen when, what specials you're going to use, how you're going to use them, where you're going to use them.
I would say having your team split up into coordinated 2v2s, Triggerfish style, is just as important on this map as it is on Triggerfish itself.
Definitely, like, 2 major areas, the top upper area and also garden and bottom near zone. 2 major areas you want to look out for. So yeah, like you said, it could just be like Camp Triggerfish, just those 2 major big areas that teams want to control and actually coordinate, they retrieve and control.
Taking a second to pop the bracket into the stream chat, it's come to my attention that Streamlabs is set up with the Smash tournament that happened on this, that was streamed on this channel last Sunday, and unfortunately, with our main man being away in order to take care of the Smash side of this, we aren't able to change that ourselves. But the good news is, we've got a new match coming up. So we're going to be heading into that room as soon as they add me. Okay. So the battle file is being received. I apologize to everybody who wasn't able to grab it earlier. if I could edit the mod bots right now, I'd definitely do so myself. Opie, please don't burn my blue. I hope all the viewers at home are enjoying their night so far. It was definitely
enjoying our shenanigans.
Shenanigans they are. It was definitely short notice that I was informed that I was going to be streaming tonight. I definitely would have preferred to have a little more commentator practice than I ended up having before my first stream, but today was a special occasion with teams that were ready to play and a BNS that was not ready for them.
You'll get used to the whole commentating thing. Honestly, it just grows on you. You just want to keep doing it.
I hope that's the case. I put an application to do this for Smash and Splash, so my main goal would be to be practiced enough to be able to perform well for that. But we'll see what happens. In order to commentate at Smash and Splash, you have to be approved at Smash and Splash first, and
Smash and Splash staff. Oh my god, the assonance there. Wish I could go, but A, I don't have a passport, and B, I don't have the money, so.
Yeah, passports are expensive. That's definitely one of the things that would deter me from doing any kind of travel-related land stuff.
Sure.
So I'm getting ready to get this stream underway. We're figuring out who's next on the list. I've yet to receive a friend code, hence the hesitation. But once it's prepared... Oh, that's probably why. Okay, so our next match is going to be against Overpowered, but run by Nico Loco, that is, and my guys. So
my guy. Who's consists of who?
You can pop in via my lobby that's up now. The pass was dropped in our commentator lounge, thankfully, by K-Bot, who is a blessing to my life right now. So once we get on there, we can start these rounds. Are you familiar with Overpower and their plays in recent tourneys?
With Overpower?
Yes.
I've seen like on Twitter definitely a few Latin tourneys also. I think they did SAC or FR or FSC or something along those lines. Like one of those like mid-level, low-level team tournaments. I see a lot of high placements of them as well. And also seeing like major tournaments like BNS, I see like a couple top 8s out of them. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing their gameplay.
Definitely.
Since I haven't really seen on stream or really even spectating it either. I don't see the password.
It is a little below my ping. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th message down.
Oh, okay.
There
Never
we
mind.
go.
Just saw it now. Sorry, I didn't see it.
No we need to worry. Thankfully, K-Bot's on the case. Oh, so we're gonna be streaming losers right now, actually.
Will do.
So that means since this is a double elimination tournament, that whoever takes the L here is going to be saying farewell to this tournament, which could be even more exciting. That means Overpower has already taken a single loss in the earlier bracket. So I'm excited to see whether or not my guy or Overpower is going to be able to advance.
Honestly, I expect this to kind of be an even matchup. Even though I haven't seen much of my guy's gameplay, I still expect a good battle of both teams. Power Control and Prom Pit, definitely a very wide map. You'll definitely see a whole lot of Stingrays.
Definitely. One of the most spacious maps in the game. Sometimes it's even a more optimal situation to run 2 entire Stingray weapons. Or, I'm mixing it up with Rainmaker. Either way. We're proceeding on to the next round. I've got the scoreboard up. As far as I'm aware, we don't have any scores set up, so those two sides are blank until further notice. And we're ready to start the game. We've got a Hydra on the side of Overpower. And we've got 2 down already. My guy's able to take the tower, and they're going to be pushing onto that first checkpoint unless the pro has anything to say about it, which they don't. We've got a full team wipe on the side of Overpower, and the coordinated specials are coming out of my guy.
Now, Overpower actually does not have a Stinger. They opted not to go for Stingray JM, actually going to Hydra, which has armor, and not Stingray, so it makes it a lot more difficult to defend. Which are kind of more depending on the Booyah Bomb and missiles from Nico and Jared.
Well, thankfully, with the help of Jerry and his team, we were able to get 3 down on the side of my guy, which means they're not going to be able to break that second checkpoint, which is the checkpoint on this map mode that is usually the one that guarantees your pushes more or less than any other checkpoint. With the Booyah Bomb going down, Overpowered is just a little bit short of taking that lead away from my guy, and it looks like they're gonna take it with the 1-point mean lead. 2 down on their side. They're able to push it past another couple of points before they get the full team wipe of their own. Now both of these teams are going to be battling for that second checkpoint push.
Definitely.
And on some of these... Go ahead.
Sorry. No, we actually see Scuba. We already saw him pushing up to the drop area, going really aggressive with that end zap. Wanting to get the push started sooner than later, want to keep the fluent push instead of having tower stop at periods where you actually want to keep moving.
Alright. We've got 2 down on the side of my guy. We've got the Booyah Bomb coming out from and popping down in mid, but not really getting the pick I think they were hoping for. And Derek gets down that end zap. They've got 2 people on blue team with the specials up that they might need to defend, but they're actually going to be using them to push despite having the lower man count than Overpower. And it seems like, despite their efforts, it's going to come up to no avail until the end zap gets a double with the suction bomb. They snuck onto the tower. Now it's 2 down on Overpower, and they're going to be able to pull off that push they were hoping for just only seconds before. Nico's on defense, making sure that they can't stand comfortably on that tower, and 10 missiles push him away. This might be the chance they need to take back that lead.
Yeah, definitely. One way to sell at defense, don't die to suction bombs. We'll totally come to agreement with that. And we do see actually the heavy jump out saving the Stinger, which is actually not a bad play. Actually using it very, I'd say, early. Not getting much going with it.
Yes, unfortunately for them, that Stingray isn't going to be able to take any picks down. And we've got 2 down on blue team, which means they're going to have an optimal situation in order to push past that second checkpoint. We're getting close to their marker. They're not able to completely break their current lead yet. And with the armor ready, it looks like my guy might be able to defend as much as they need in order to keep their numbers as close as they can. But with only the pro up, it doesn't look like that's going to be reality for my guy.
No, now you just see like the desperate rushing in from my guy, just actually getting tower jammed, getting the double. Both teams, both people from my guy is actually going down to the Hydra, being very, I guess, frenzic. I guess being very quick to kill. Just the 3-shot, almost instant.
That second checkpoint has been broken, and for my guy, it's going to be do or die time. They've got 2 people down, but is it going to be enough to end Overtower's push? They've pushed up so much on their territory, they're going to have to do a lot of painting in order to get their control back, and it looks like they're able to salvage themselves up. They've got the control of their base, they're getting control of their conveyor belt, and with the Booyah Bomb, I think that's going to solidify the fact that they're not going to be able to get that 3rd checkpoint. And with 3 down on the side of Overpowered, it looks like they're going to be able to have their chance to push into overtime and maybe break the checkpoint themselves if they want to take this first set.
Now, if you're overpowered, you really just want to build your special to stop the tower, which they actually do, just rushing onto it by Jerry.
Luckily, Jerry gets that the one touch that they need in order to make sure that overtime doesn't live as long as they need to in order to secure that victory. And we've got the first game that goes to Overpowered.
It's quite an odd combo not having the steering, but the Booyah Bomb missile definitely works just as well, except a bit more aggressive. Like, Booyah Bomb's just so viable. You can use it for pushes, you can use it for defense, you can use it for capping. It's just such a nice special to have at least like one of them on your comp.
Oh, and it seems like we've just got disconnected from the host. So I'm gonna...
Speaking of internet issues...
Alright, the map mode's changed 5 minutes ago. I'm gonna be waiting on the... Unless we peeked in on round 2. You know, I think that might have been the case. We were able to see round 2. We didn't see the first game, but in fact we saw the second, which was Overpowered confirming their position in the losers bracket and being able to live to tell the tale on this Friday evening of Ink2Win. So now that we had a little viewage of what's going on in the losers bracket, let's take a look at how the bracket is going in general. In case you were wondering, for any of the stream viewers, that's not exactly the bracket to take a peek at. If you want to follow along with me, I'm going to copy and paste what I have for you guys. Alrighty. So in the winners bracket, round 3, we've actually have Seikatsu and Pure Insanity already 1-1. These are current. Other than that, the only other team that has already reported their results is Eventually, and they are our number 3 seed in this entire bracket. So Eventually takes the 2-0, secured their position in round 4. And we've got some more results coming in, just as I was trying to finish that breath. Low Key takes the win against Undecided, secures their place in round 4 against Seikatsu. Pure Insanity takes the L, and Seikatsu moves on with a 2-1 victory over Pure Insanity. And
Stellars.
Stellars.
Kay's just spamming you for the room.
Oh, are they still going? The same one?
Yeah.
Okay. And here I thought it was 2-0. That was game 1? Oh, I see. On this stream, we love to feed our viewers misinformation.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is it misinformation if oh no. I didn't transition. Get on in here so nobody else can take that spot. There we go. Okay, we're 1-0 right now. Let me update that scoreboard. I'll just let you see the inner workings of this PB while I take care of business. Alright, we're gonna get started on Rainmaker Humpback.
Humpback, just like what I was gonna say, just like the Reef, very grip heavy. So weapons like buckets, blasters, I guess more longer range shooters actually take a lot more advantage, and it's a lot easier to play on this map. Short range shooters definitely can be definitely flank heavy, both outside rings, which are streets or elbows, people like to call them. Now for Rainmaker, people generally rotate towards the right elbow and push from there into plat, and furthermore. But you have like that odd push, like I'd say it's more when you want like a desperate push, you typically go left.
This is true.
Like that left path, like as soon as you get up that wall, I think it gives you like 37. 37 or 27, something like that.
The left push is a push that you do if the enemy has already pushed into your base, and you're just like, okay, we can just take the rail and see what we can make from that.
True. Oh my gosh, you're weighing on me again. Oh my god. It's typical of me to do that. No, but yeah, you'll probably see a lot more pushes coming from the elbow with missiles, definitely baller to support it.
We're transitioning to our second game. We're gonna see whether or not my guy
Okay.
We're gonna see whether or not my guy or Overpower takes the lead in this. I, once again, have not gone into auto cam, so I'll be manually camping this mode. Which means we're gonna be watching the Splatling the whole time because I'm biased. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
We've got 3 down on the side of my guy. We're pushing him with the Rainmaker. Splatling takes a very, very confident position on the enemy team's wall, but unfortunately has not gained the Stingray in order to push him. But the Stingray isn't going to be important because they just obtained a full team wipe. And JM actually opts to take it back instead of pushing for as many possible points as they can, possibly dying, and his patience has rewarded him with a score of 7 points.
Definitely, my guys actually, I think they got wiped actually twice, and also Chad's, he actually getting killed with his Stingray in use. Actually made Stingray almost potentially pretty much useless in that situation. Unable to stop the push until other teammates respawn and actually supported it. My guy's just lucky it didn't knock out and they actually still have a chance in this game.
And here it comes. Overpower's taking that bodacious left push that we were talking about earlier. They've got a full painted path in order to get to that pedestal and plant that Rainmaker with what my friend Ari would like to call the yaw yeet. And Overpower secures their victory and their position in the loser's bracket over my guy.
Definitely a strong play from Overpower, definitely coordination, especially with Nico's missiles actually being able to push up and locate people in plat, which obviously where all of my guys was either respawning or already on. It definitely caused a lot of pressure and made it easier to push the Rainmaker. So that was really well played.
Mm-hmm. And with that, we're not going to be able to transition into what I believe was Splat Zones in Game 3. And, so for a moment, we're going to be taking a short break while we wait for the next round in order to catch up. So if you're at home, this would be a great opportunity to go walk your dog, take a restroom break, get your snacks ready, and be ready to cozy down and take in the finals that are going to be approaching soon. So I'm going to transition.
You go do that, people.
I'm
Take
going to
care of yourself.
transition into our Be Right Back screen, and I'll see you guys in a minute. Oh, that's an abrupt end. I wish I had... Oh, I don't want to open Hulu. God, that would be... Who? Alright, I think I'm live on stream, but I have to unmute myself in Discord. Alright, a bit of a pause there, but we're ready to get started. I'm going to pull up the map list. I'm in charge of hosting. But we're just about ready. The last person has popped into this lobby, so we're going to be able to get this stream going.
Hello?
Welcome back, Custom. We're setting up for Winners Finals. It's going to be Splat Zones on Mako Mart. It's a really, really good map mode combination that I see in a lot of final games for a bunch
That one. Sorry, I have to comment. That went by super fast. We're already at Winners Finals. Holy moly.
20-team bracket, but that is the case. We dipped into losers for a bit, but the break that we took, I think, ended up covering about 2 rounds of the game between us streaming overpowered set and... Oh my goodness, I had a little gassy for a second. Between covering overpowered set and then waiting for the set that proceeded after that. Had a little bit of wonkiness with the map modes, but it looks like we're on track for now as we begin our Winners Finals, which is going to be a best of 5, starting with Splat Zones on the Reef, Rainmaker on Muscle, Clam Blitz on Port, Tower Control on Schellendorf, everybody's favorite, and then rounding right back out to Splat Zones on Snapper Canal, which, if we get to Game 5, I think would definitely be an interesting watch.
Definitely. Now with Macro Zones in itself, there's definitely 2 major choke points, almost like every map does in almost every mode. For Zones, it's definitely gain control of that stack, the opposing team's stack, and also that flat area. Those are your only 2 options if teams were to push back in the zone despite using their specials or not. Just getting map control of those certain areas and actually coordinating specials to keep back while maintaining zone is what will win you the game here. You'll probably see a lot more weapons, more like dualies flanking along the stack in the street, and also probably brushes in this case.
As we start our Game 1, first time featuring Loki on the stream, we get to observe their unconventional comps. I didn't do spec cam again, so why don't we take a look at this brush. Definitely not one that I see too often when it comes to compositions for Mako Mart specifically, since this is such a favorable map if you're a fan of the vanilla brush with the curling bombs and the splashdowns that give you the mobility between those low points. And here we have Chippu going down to the Stingrayer and eventually takes the zone from low-key as they push ahead. They got 2 down and they're going to be able to paint up and get the advantageous position that they may need. They've taken the lead and now they need to build up their specials to counter whatever Loki has coming.
No, I like what you said coming, but the brush is actually quite interesting. You probably expect more. I guess a different weapon, more like a 10 attack splash or on parry dualies, or even... What else is there?
We've got Loki popping the baller. He's going to need to get that painted on the zone in order to neutralize it a little bit. They're so close to the take, but they're 1 down, and their 1 is the Splatling. They weren't able to take it with the specials, but are they going to be able to get it before the counter clocks down? We've got 10 seconds left, 2 downs on the enemy team, and they're able to paint it and get that penalty they need to survive for the rest of this round.
They're like eventually actually showing a really strong push, retaliating against like so many specials from low key and actually holding it tonight, which is actually very, very impressive being against low key, and also I think Hitzel's actually subbing for low key, which I was actually not expecting.
With Arashi, I had actually messaged Arashi about this tournament. He told me he would not be here because of work, but he was going to do his best to get his team to participate. And that they did. We've got the brush on the zone. They've got 2 down, but they're managing to paint enough to keep that neutralized. But it's not enough, and the zone goes back to yellow in favor of eventually.
Eventually, is definitely holding their ground. I guess they're playing more like the patient stalling game with low key. Like just waiting for Loki to come to them, waiting Loki to use their specials, and actually surviving that giant wave before they can retaliate with the giant push of their own. Which actually does seem to be working very good in their favor.
The big special pushes have been definitely favoring low key. They've got their Kunder down on the side of eventually, which means they're not going to be able to have an armor quickly enough to push out properly. But we've got 2 down on the side of low key. They're low key not able to get quite as many of the picks they need in order to keep this. But as I say that, commentator's curse, we've got 2 down. The Kunder is picking away at their special, and they have their armor ready, but they're being pressured so much by Loki's that's Loki, the one that they might not have been able to pop it, but they did, and eventually just go down to Loki, the one anyway, and that is what is able to secure their victory over eventually in this first set.
Loki definitely showing why they're a dominant force in their tournament, and definitely retaliating back on what was such a strong push by eventually. Having Gamer push so much and actually focusing his zone as well as Hitzel made it so much easier for members like Chip and also the one to jump in and actually get going aggressive and getting more paint around other than the zone. Like Gamer had Loki's back. Like if anything happened behind them, Gamer would probably take care of it or paint over it or call it out or whatever. That's what really, I'd say, really helped Loki there.
Alright, we've got Loki taking the 1-0. Oh, I have to set up the maps. Alright, popping open that map mode, we're going to be moving on to Rainmaker on Muscle Forge Fitness. Probably one of my favorite map modes. I've been saying that a lot on this stream, but it is definitely true. Muscle Forge Fitness is one of the first maps they had in the game, which means it was in rotation so much during the days where I would grind a lot, so it was definitely one that I feel like I have, out of my like 2k hours in this game, I feel like I have like the most amount of experience with. But it has its unique pushes where you can have a really nice coordinated push on the right, but if you get that early wipe and you can knock that rail on the left, you can get a tremendous amount of points in so little time.
Definitely. Muscle Forge, in the way it's designed, has that giant trench area and such a high area mid with the walls that are actually paintable and people genuinely shark on. Probably see people with like 10 attack splash shots or even I see some carbon rollers on this stage. I don't know why. I just do. I don't know.
That's what I say anytime I see a carbon roller on a stage.
I just question it, but anyways. Like sharking on the walls and holding that trench is definitely a good position to hold, but can also lead to, like, if you don't progressively move up, the opposing team will probably take mid and actually get a bigger push off of mid, or even just rush you in trench and get overwhelmed. Like trench is like I guess your safe spot, if you get what I mean. Like if you have control of that for the most part, things should go okay. But like once the other team like rushes it and gets rid of like all of you, or maybe like majority of the team, then that's when they'll really take advantage and take more map, including street and roof.
Alright, well, I'm auto-camming for this one again, so let's see what these teams have to offer for us. We've got eventually getting that first pop, but we've got Low-Key slapping down that paint and taking control quickly, reversing the power that they got from the pop with their first initial push. With one down on the side eventually, that would have been their opportunity to push, but it looks like Loki had one go down on their own side, so now that they balance things out, the mini splatling actually goes down on the right side, and that denies the ability for Loki to get a big push, but it's got that magic number of points. Here.
The one actually playing Slosher instead of actually his Brella, which I find quite interesting since I'm just so used to him seeing like the Brella come out of him.
He's been
I guess
practicing
probably it works.
Brella so
Probably
much
works
in solo as well that I'm right with you there on that sentiment.
Probably just because of Baller Pressure, Baller being so meta, just being able to take out Inkjets, which once was a meta at one point.
Alright, we've got two down on the side of Loki, but with eventually having just as many down on their own side. We actually see the H3 go down, but the sniper gets a 6 snipe on the Inkjet that just took him out, so now we're just playing neutral game here on Muscleforge Fitness Rainmaker. It's going to be a game of whoever gets the most picks is going to be able to get that nice push. We've got Loki picking up the Rainmaker, but just falling because it's so hard to push it out of that trench. And now with one down, we're going to have to see if eventually is able to do anything about their substantial control in mid in order to get a push of their own, where their Brella goes down, so it looks like that might not be the case, but Loki loses 2 more on their side, which means they're not going to be able to pull off a substantial push.
Loki definitely played that a lot more patient there. They gained map control in mid, but then eventually just kind of held their ground in the trench. Like we were saying earlier, like they still kept that control in the trench, which prevented Loki from pushing further.
We're 2 minutes in, and this can still be anybody's game. Yiramari pulls off an incredible camp on that Inkjet that was there earlier and gives them the manpower they need to get this lead. But unless they get into that elbow, they're not going to be able to get a substantial lead. It's still anybody's game, but eventually has pushed it into their favor.
Yeah, 49 just getting to the edge, right where the elbow and street meet. It's still manageable for Loki to come back on. Like, if they do play their cards right and actually take control of the trench like eventually did, you can definitely make a lot farther push than 49.
Okay, Yami goes down to Hitzel. They're painting up that elbow. If they can just push it past what they already have painted, they're already going to take the lead. Now that they've entered this little elbow, they're going to be able, and they've gotten a pick, they're going to be able to use that paint that's on the ground to push it to 28, which might be what makes this game solid. With how neutral they've been playing it up until now, it's going to take a really big hit on low-key for eventually to push into mid and get that lead.
Definitely, we actually do see, and the one actually picking up the Rainmaker being sneaky.
Sneaking in and picking up the Rainmaker anyway, pushing it all the way to a 7, eventually is going to need a knockout of their own. They've still got people in here doing damage to eventually, even with the armor, Chippu is still dealing more damage than they were able to do to them. They finally pick up that rain and push it out of their territory, but Chippu doesn't go down until about 10 seconds after that Rainmaker's been dropped.
Now the one playing definitely that objective like he used to with that umbrella. When I generally see him play it. I actually saw him flank earlier, right like during Loki's push. I think it was 29 or something like around that point area. Like you see him flanking the Slosher in the roof, and I guess it's eventually didn't call him out or didn't see him there, is able to get the push all the way to 7, just barely missing the knockout.
Alright. One pushed up, despite all the damage he had taken, he's able to take out the Brella. They've got the Rainmaker. This is only going to be securing the victory over eventually in this situation. With overtime popping up, the Charger and the Brella are close enough to this Rainmaker to be able to pop it and maybe do something about it. But with Gamer, the Splatling on that Rainmaker, they're not going to be able to pop it and pick it up safely. And that means that this game is going to low-key yet again. Turn myself back.
You're gonna hear me say his name a lot, but the one just flanking, going aggro with the bucket flanking, just sneaking those little opportunities between the Eventually's defense, actually pushing the Rainmaker and actually getting those kills, staying alive with the baller as well. Being alone, the one still a threat of bucket and umbrella.
Alrighty. So now it's gonna be me, myself, and I setting up the next map mode. We're gonna be moving on to Clamblitz on Port Mackerel. Now,
Personally,
despite what I said earlier, this is probably one of the more balanced clam maps that the game has to offer.
I haven't heard a lot of good things about Port Mackerel Clamblitz. I guess because people don't like stingrays on this map, and also people tend to use like power clams as scoring materials instead of like individual clams, so it's easier to swap for stingrays, and also it's a lot harder because a team can only push from one way, since the basset's already in the far left corner of the opposing team's court. It's just so hard to get control, but when you do get control, it's definitely easy to hold if you have the switches to do so. So Port Mackerel on its own can be high risk, high reward, in my opinion.
Alright, when it comes to Port Mackerel, this is one of the maps that you see the tent umbrella come out the most of, and with how many people are favoring the camo umbrella that just came out with the hammer, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one on at least one side, if not both.
Tent umbrella definitely could be a major threat here. Having a wall or a shield as its own, still a threat when bombs come around, especially such bombs coming from probably either Kenta Doolies or Kenta Shot we see a lot of lately. Dealing more damage to the shield, so we'll probably see quite a few plays with the shield, if not probably with ballers or even Booyah bombs.
Alright, we're moving into Port Mackerel clams. This one spawns so many clams that if you paint and you have a lot of swim speed, you can have a power ball within like the first 10 seconds of getting into mid.
3 tents in one game, okay. Double tent actually coming from low key. It's actually quite interesting, the one and Gamer going.
Chipu switching from their ink brush from the Octobrush to the ink brush does exactly what I said. We're 15 seconds in and Loki already has a power ball thanks to that thing's run speed. Not the exact method I had anticipated coming out, but a method nonetheless. Loki already has 2 balls ready and they're pushing them in and getting those 40 points before I'm even able to bat an eye. When you had mentioned that Loki had brought 2 tents, I was honestly just sitting here with my mouth agape, and now we can see how effective that is if we push to 42 points on the side of Loki.
Definitely double tent actually pays off because it just puts such a threat in mid, which allowed them to get so many clams, including Chippo, the one, and Gamer, and get the main source of clams, 2 footballs and a couple of following clams. Lane control is definitely key, and Tent Umbrella definitely does that really well.
Alright, we've got the other tent sneaking up on the left. If there's anything that watching all these streams has taught me, is that the thing that counters the tent shield best is another tent shield, as when you pop those and they run into each other, they evaporate as if they were C- Clash Blaster and ranked. We've got eventually popping in their first clam with the amount of ping control that they have over low key. I'm actually kind of surprised that this particular push isn't going more in their favor, but as they take out 2 members, they're able to stagger in some clams and keep it open. Unfortunately, the jump we had earlier went down, and Loki is able to use their tremendous tent powers to just have those shields paint the entire lane for them.
Now here's a basic little chemistry lesson like to call for you. Like you're saying the tents, like only one only thing I can really counter 10 shield really well is another 10. Little chemistry lesson for those who don't know. Antimatter exists, so if it even touches like any regular substance, it can actually, I guess, immediately blow up, which is actually the same thing you expect with tent umbrellas.
Well, we've got our one of our fantastic tents just got antimattered by this charger, but we've got Loki sneaking in and putting in 2 entire power balls before eventually even gets a chance to do anything about it. Chippu sneaked all the way into their spawn and painted up their right corner and is just hassling them just as much as they were hassling them in Rainmaker. This man is still alive.
Chippu is definitely going really aggressive with that brush.
They're not even letting them pick up their own pity ball.
It's just the speed of the brush, and now it's probably a chance for eventually with actually 2 footballs and a couple of clams as Chippu stays in the base.
Well, if there's anything that eats a shield faster than another shield, it's that big old hammer. Much more favorable special after its buff, and especially in this meta with it being attached to much more viable weapons. But we still got Chippu in the enemy base, wreaking havoc and giving jumps to this team. All Loki needs is to paint that and to just throw in a couple more clams, but unfortunately it goes up before Hitzel has a moment to jump to that beacon and put it in like he would like. So now Loki has to get in 1 Powerball and 1 clam if they want to secure this as a knockout victory, but with the one going down at the basket, they're going to have to deal with a little bit of pressure before they can put in the clam that they would like, as their Powerball might just go down in mid while they take these pushes. This may be eventually's opportunity to put enough clams in to take the lead, and they're getting so close. If Amaya can get past that shield, they might take the lead, and with 1 clam they could take that knockout. It looks like there's... And
they do.
Eventually takes their first game in this set.
Seeing the aggressiveness of Loki and Chippu, you'd probably expect a lot more, I guess, more jumps and even more clams to rely on Chippu's play and actually staying more aggressive in the base. But Hitzel just missing the last clam actually may have cost the game.
Hitzel not making that beacon jump in time is definitely what kept them from getting that knockout.
He also had options to jump to, like Gamer or even Chip, who is still like right below the basket. It could have been easier to get to the basket a lot sooner.
Alrighty, we're moving on to tower control on Schellendorf. That's turf war, not tower control. I wouldn't want to subject all these people to that. Alrighty. Tower control, definitely one of the more favorable maps to play on, with its staggered checkpoints. Usually when you get to, just like with Pit, when you get to that second point, it's usually a determined game.
Schellendorf being the dreaded map that is no one likes it for the obvious reason of being the roof and the lower area, which in both can be abused to literally no end. If you have map on the bottom and control on the top, that is like good games for you, my friend. Like, if you can do that for the entire game, your entire push, maintain control of it, you should be fine for the rest of your way. This is why Schellendorf can be, I guess, a hated map, because not many people know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were to see that, it would definitely be more in the competitive scene where people are more coordinated, and actually know how to deal with these certain scenarios where people take control top or maybe take control more bottom and take advantage of what the map has to offer.
As a person that runs a lot of backline weapons myself, Schellendorf does have a bit of a special place in my heart for me, because being able to deny an entire game to people just by like your power and presence on the roof by yourself is definitely like a delicious power move.
True, definitely. Also, Shelnorf being a flank heavy map, I see some people really like to rush mid and actually go behind and on the roof and flank other backliners, whoever's hanging on that left roof area. So you might probably see a lot of that by either the Doolies or Chipu, who's actually running the Ink Brush again.
Alright, we've got an Ink Brush again, and with the amount of flankage that you can pull off on this map mode, I'm excited to see what they've got going. As you can see, with low-key opting to use a Splatling instead of, or a Charger instead of a Splatling, they've used their scope to take out the enemy team's Charger before they even have a second to put themselves where they need to be. 2 down on the side of eventually, we're going to see, and with Hitzel down, we're going to see them make push of their own. The low keys taking control of that left side as needed, and they're already pushed up to their second checkpoint, which almost guarantees that Gamer's not going to have any problem making sure that this goes by without a cinch.
Now, Gamer just steering on tower is definitely not the most favored move by a backliner, since you generally want to back up with more space, actually move and aim a lot better with their Stingray. But since like the control that Loki has right now, it's a lot easier for just Gamer to stay on tower while his teammates actually move up and don't have to concern as much for tower since Gamer has sole control of it.
We've got eventually coming out with that Stingray, and that might be what their saving grace, what they need to make sure that Loki doesn't end this before the match has even had a chance to begin. Now it's a Charger fight on the roof, and the distraction caused by QQQQQQ is able to give their dualies what they need to take out that Charger before they cause eventually any more problems. With Loki 3 down, this is going to be their moment to take a breath and paint away like they need to, and to see if they can top Gamer on having control of that roof, which is going to be the most important thing that they need to do if they want to get this push going for them.
Definitely, the start of a defense for literally every team on this map is definitely from the backliners. Like, you want to rely on your backliners like they're almost like everything. They can take control of the roof, they can take so much advantage of it, and also having Stingray as well, stop tower.
There we see Chipu causing problem after problem on the roof, but the Inkjet is able to take them down so that eventually can begin their push past that first checkpoint and meander into their base. But Gamer's got that Stingray ready. He waited for them to get to that checkpoint so that he'd have an easier time making sure that nobody would be able to move around as they preferred. And with that, eventually is 3 down, and this is going in favor of low-key as they're using the tower to push into unconventional places and cause even more terror eventually on this Charger that has no idea that the one is sitting there ready to take him out.
Definitely a lot more aggression in this map. You actually do see dualies flanking, like we said, coming from mid. Taking that roof, like taking control of both sides of the roof definitely does help. Because A, the team doesn't really have high ground, and B, it's a lot harder to, I guess, access while you're there.
Luckily for eventually, the Splattershot Pro was able to put an end to I keep wanting to say his name like Loki. They put an end to the one's sharking umbrella rain on their own spawn. Unfortunately, that's not enough for him, because once he respawns, he's back and ready to cause them some havoc. That's not going to put eventually down in the dumps, though, because they're going to keep going on this tower, hopefully getting rid of this Chipu. But with the Stingray coming out, they're suffering a loss of 2. Their pushers don't have anybody to support on that tower, and they're not going to be able to get the points that they need in order to turn this situation around on them.
No, you're right. Now Loki's actually taking more advantage of the bottom area. Now they just need to take advantage of top, as eventually he's 2 down without a Stingray, may I say. Only 34% charged by the top of the screen, if you can't tell already.
Eventually, his dualies took that chance with the flanking of the Charger, and they got their reward, but unfortunately their team wasn't able to follow up with them as much because they had 2 down, and now Loki is able to begin their push again. If they get past this checkpoint, it might just be game for eventually. And Hitzel's doing a tower dance, but falls off the tower into enemy ink and isn't able to go and retrieve the tower. Luckily, Chipu's got their back, keeping it where it needs to be. as long as they get rid of this Splatling, which they do. With 10 seconds left, it looks like this is going to be the game.
Most likely will be. We still see members of Loki in the base eventually, so they may have to jump back, and that actually is game.
And with that, I believe that concludes the winners finals with a score of 3-1 for Loki.
Definitely, that was actually a really good match. I heard you pronouncing some like Japanese names. I actually never knew what those characters meant at the start.
All the Japanese characters that are available to be used on the Nintendo Switch are in hiragana or katakana, and what a lot of people don't know is that Japanese has 3 different types of alphabets. Most people usually just kind of think it's just kanji, which is like entire words into single characters, but hiragana and katakana actually both function as their own 2 different types of alphabets. It's like phonetic pronunciations. So since this is a kid's game, it lacked kanji, so it's very easy to read with minimal studying as long as you know how to do so. Alright. And now that our lobby has emptied out, we're going to be transitioning into a match against Overpowered and Azure. Now this is going to be in the losers bracket. I believe we're going to have this game, and the game after is going to be the winner of this will have to face eventually, in order to win the right to fight Loki in the final game, if I remember this correctly. So I'm gonna zoom out here for just a second and take a look. Oh, my bracket hasn't loaded in a little bit. Alright, we've got Overpowered in the lobby. I'm gonna actually take a second to properly set up our match screen, as I have not done. I didn't give myself the opportunity to do so in the round before.
So okay. What maps do we have for this round anyway?
Our maps for this round are going to start with I lost the map mode thing in the, there it is. Is this, do you know if this is losers finals? I think it is. My bracket wasn't loading. Okay, now we've got it loaded. Okay. This is not losers final. This is round 6 of losers. Overpowered versus Azure. So, this is actually still a best of 3. And our first game is going to be Splat Zones on Inkblot.
Now returning back to Inkblot, we actually saw this earlier, I think, with Azure as well.
When the last time we watched Inkblot, it was actually Azure playing it, so now we get to have a throwback before this tournament even ends.
And see how they do it actually against Overpower. Their comps are generally aggressive since they have 2 front lines with Jerry and Nico typically running those aggro weapons like the Kensa Splatter Shot or even the Kensa Dualies or Tent Attack. Compared to like more of the midline comp, Azure likes to run with like Bucket and Pro, and possibly Mini Splatling as well. So definitely 2 different, I guess, play styles from both teams. I'm just very curious how they'll turn out when they go on this map and mode.
I'm looking forward to it too. Overpowered and Azure are both teams that I've accumulated friends with. Azure in particular, as Mudcup has actually been a familiar friend with me since almost the start of my old team, Koi Pond. So seeing him and his team press on and to usually like the final rounds of all these tournaments is a really endearing sight to see.
Oh, it definitely is. Just having someone just participating at such a high level, it just makes you feel. I guess it just gives you that good feeling, like you just feel so good for them. It's like, yes, you can accomplish so much. You're doing so much more than I can do. Like, you have no idea.
All right, we have people dropping out of our lobby.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
They have a different host.
Yeah, we've switched up hosts because there was that one glitch where like a particular person wasn't able to join the lobby. So we're going to be moving on. The password is back into the commentators lounge, so you can grab that from there and we can get set up. And that means I don't have to be in charge of the map modes, which means I can properly set up our match screen.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Cool. Should be joining in.
Alright, now we're going to transition. We've got Inkblot, Zones, Kelp Clams, and Wahoo Tower.
The one map, if we do go towards it, is definitely Wahoo Tower I'm the most curious about. Wahoo is definitely, I guess, like it's a very unique map. Like every map has like its unique feature to it, but with Wahoo having its spare is definitely one of the most like unique features, since one, it actually moves. On tower control it typically doesn't, I'm pretty sure. So it kind of makes you feel like a bit more secure with that. Also, it's just Wahoo's.
I think you're right in that Wahoo, the bottom doesn't move. I think there's two locked glass pillars underneath to keep you from being able to move underneath. But the moving platforms on the top of mid do still retract and stuff, like unlike what they do in Splat Zones.
Yeah. With tower control on that map is definitely testing the ability seem to rotate, because most of where the tower's path rotates towards the left side of the map if you're to face and actually push. So more of that elbow and street area, teams want to, I guess, cover up or even use their special towards on the opposing. Like if you're unable to rotate and actually take control of the left glass area, then it's almost no point in pushing.
I'm setting up for the scoreboard for Overpowered, and I accidentally gave them 10 points instead of 0. just TO things. Alright, this lobby's filling up. We're going to be able to give you guys some good games in just a moment, and just as I say that, the two last people that we needed have popped into this lobby, and we're going to be able to give it a go as once this game starts up, and I'm really looking forward to it. These are two really good teams.
There we go. Before I forget to press A again. The clash of the midline team and the aggressive frontline team. Being the midline meta, I feel like it'll be a lot more difficult for Overpower, but We'll just see how well they actually coordinate together as a team. A button, please.
Sorry about that. I was being informed of some TO stuff on the side, so I didn't want to start this match without having something said to me specifically. But we're going to be transitioning into Splat Zones on Inkblot, a good favorite of mine.
Now we do kind of see that front line comp overpowering. We also see the mid line comp out of Azure. It's actually, honestly, exactly what I expected from both teams. We actually have some lag, I think.
It looks like we have a DC on the side of... I didn't even have a chance to see what side is it. We have a DC on the side of Zur, and it looks like we're going to be throwing this match really quick. We've got some dancing going on in spawn.
Not much to really say here other than internet's a pain in the butt sometimes.
It's always really entertaining in situations like this to just see how fast the Splatlings will go around with all the run speed they stack.
True. Zones is definitely the most painful when it comes to I guess DCs, because it just takes forever. It's not like tower control where you can actually kind of speed up the process.
It's a set timer. You can't just run the Rainmaker over. But usually in situations like this, having the time to kill isn't always the worst thing. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% informed of what the DC rules are for this tournament, but I think they're going to be discussing it.
I'm pretty sure they should be fine. The DC it already happened.
Yeah.
Like 20 seconds. Not even.
Alright, we're going to be rerunning Splat Zones.
No DCs, let's keep our fingers crossed about that. Let's go. Just recognizing this now, but actually Azure, we actually have no ballers.
You're right. Mudcup opted to do the vanilla splatter shot, which might not be a terrible choice as with the huge buff that the splashdown got.
Even with the splashdown, you're definitely still vulnerable since people can easily pick you off mid splashdown. Like, people are learning to actually do that a lot more efficiently and easier.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't seem to be like a choice that isn't in their favor. And we've got a second DC.
Oh my gosh.
This time, oh, we've got two DCs. If this isn't just a match for the centuries, I don't know what is.
Okay, so do we keep playing or do we keep or do we stop?
This time we've got
I mean, both teams had DC, but who would use the replay here with over? I'm actually, I guess, curious on what the TOs actually say about this.
Yeah. Unfortunately for me, since I'm running most of this off of Discord, all the stuff's happening in the Battlefly that I don't have opened up for me right now, so I'm not involved in this particular conversation.
Yeah, so we need a confirmation about that. just to be sure no one takes the game, or if Overpower actually does take that game, because that's just straight up confusing.
Alright, our connection from the host has been disconnected. Does this mean we're moving on? I think we're moving on to a new host. That seemed to be causing issues initially. There's conversations being had between the two TOs over what to do about this particular situation. So for a minute, we're just gonna have to let it play out.
Co-pilot, same pass, I'm here.
Okay.
No, but that actually is pretty funny. As much as it delays it, it's still pretty funny to see because you really don't see that every day.
It wouldn't be a Splatoon tournament without a bunch of hosts on everybody's part. Or, not a bunch of hosts, a bunch of DCs. DCs, new lobbies, just, you know, the goods.
True. That is so true.
Here, let me transition out of the in-game screen so you guys don't all see the password again. Luckily, since I don't have friends, we're not gonna get, I don't ever anticipate getting too many, lobby snipes when it comes to streaming and stuff. I usually keep my friend list pretty clean. I don't have my baby brother on here messing around. Alright. Lobby from Little Guns went up.
Are you in the lobby? In the lobby already?
I'm not in the lobby. I'm poking around in my PBs, but the people I'm looking for don't have a green room yet. Okay. Being informed that a person that is on my list has gone up, so we're going to be able to get into this lobby and hopefully get something started for you guys soon.
Let's hope it's just on the host part, not...
Alright. Third
Anyone's
time's the
actual
charm.
internet.
Let's get some good Splatoon going.
We're just gonna have 3 people going to DC now. I just have the feeling. It's a pessimistic feeling, but it just feels like it. Anyways, Inkplot, zones, let's go. An entire game, please internet, stay stable,
Let's see some good games.
please.
Alright,
Please,
Azure,
please, please.
overpowered, 0-0, same comps,
No DCs.
no DCs, autocam on. Guess who finally figured out that you could do it from the game?
I mean, yeah.
First time commentating who? Alright. Shy misses the pick on Nico, but they do go 1-1. The zone is highly in favor, and they get a wipe on the side of overpowered. Azure is able to push in on them. Pika is taking control of the plat just like he did the last time we were able to observe him
Yeah, Pika
Inkblot.
definitely. Right, Pika actually does actually move up very quickly onto plat, like you said. Like taking advantage of the bucket, it's just an elevated area which buckets seem to thrive on a lot. Even that plat or even just camping below it definitely makes it a lot easier for people to get picks and actually move up.
The Stingray came out on the side of Azure, but despite the pick that it was able to get, it wasn't able to stop Overpowered's baller, and that is what it took to take the zone back into their favor. Now they're spamming these burst bombs, see if they can get some chip damage and maybe get them away from their walking space. But they're pressuring. They've got Mudcup down, so they've definitely got the favor when it comes to paint and mid. Let's see if Derek can keep his power position. He goes down. They keep the zone, but I don't. With 2 down, they're probably not going to be able to maintain that paint that they need in order to take that lead. But they do. Now there's 2 down on the side of Azure, and leads all for them.
You're right, Overpowered definitely held their ground there. Even though Azure definitely constantly threw out specials, like they lost a splashdown. They also used a Stingray as well in the midst of that. It literally went to no prevail. Actually, Overpowered keeping the zone.
Despite
stalling for just wave.
Despite Azure's pushes with their specials, they weren't able to take the zone until Overpowered pushed it all the way to 19 points. Now they're going to have to play the long game if they want to get that point, if they want to get that lead back to their favor.
Definitely, it's going to take a lot of these specials. 2-2 down for each team, and the Booyah Bomb probably going to take back the zone.
But Derek's placement allowed Nico to jump back into what would have been a very dangerous spot to jump had it not been on that little ledge. And being on that little ledge gave Nico the opportunity to jump on and push those people back where they needed to be in order to give them a bigger penalty and to keep things the way that they like it.
Now here's the specials that Azure is actually looking for, getting those 2 picks and actually easily taking the zone back instead of last time. No, so I forgot to comment about this earlier, but Tentamissiles. Tentamissiles are also used for, like, if you don't know already, Stingrays can be used in the spawn. They actually get pushed out, so they're still vulnerable to literally almost anything. Missiles can be used for pressuring Stingray users, especially backlines.
Right.
So the Stingray doesn't get its full use, or
the specials are coming out, but it looks like Azure was able to persevere. They kept the zone, and with how big and how hard it is to paint, it looks like they're going to be able to take back that lead that they had lost so early in the match. With 2 down, it doesn't seem like Overpower is even going to have a chance to give them back a penalty and make amends. And that first game goes to Azure.
Definitely a really back and forth game. Teams using their specials, getting crucial picks, and taking those choke areas when needed. There probably a few hiccups there from both teams. A lot of specials being thrown in the zone, especially by Overpower, 4 Booyah Bombs and 5 Tandem Missiles. A lot of pressure coming from both specials aggressively and also long distance and close range.
Alright. And with that Inkblot game finished, we're moving on to Clam Blitz on Kelp Dome. How do you feel about clams here after the Kelp Dome rework gave the much needed space for that congested clam push?
To be honest, with being in short, having that area wide open, in my opinion, it kind of makes it almost harder. Like for a team defending, because it's just that little bit more you have to defend, and it just gives the opposing team more if they were to push up into your short, if not into your basket.
We've had one drop out.
Oh my goodness!
Would
this count as a replay or no?
I'm not sure, man. It's up to the TOs at this point. They've already spent like last match talking about DC rules in our private chat. Okay, the hosts killed the lobby before the game started, so since they DC'd in the lobby, I don't think that disqualifies them from a replay. It's just going to take a little bit more time. to set that back up again.
We just want a clean set, man. That's all we want.
A clean set against two good teams.
That's all we want. We only got one game. It took 3 attempts to get it done.
I'm not still on stream, am I? Okay. Pastime.
It's painful.
I'm assuming it's the same as the last. Finally, it's gonna be a mad hype match, G says in Twitch like 5 minutes ago. Mad hype!
Hype in the chat. Let's go.
Man, I wonder
And
what
apps.
I
And
wonder
apps for everyone's internet.
I wonder what Overpowered is gonna do about Azur's just completely overpowered ping special. I mean, once they charge that like immediately before the match even begins, it's like they don't even have a chance to get that comeback.
I don't think any more replays will be awarded to any of these teams, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, at this point, whatever goes, goes. We do have a tournament to run, so any kind of hiccups are gonna have to be sorted out as quickly as possible so that we can move on to the next round, because we are still on round 2.
In round 6?
Round 2 of round 6 of losers.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, we're still doing a best of 3 in losers, but if Azur takes this in one go, we're going to be able to have a 2-0 and move on to the next round. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. I'd really like to see some good games out of both these teams. And with that, we've got a tent on one side.
10 actually probably going to be the main way Azur is going to push. Especially the street. If it just works perfectly, just how much room it takes up for it.
And hammer tent nonetheless, definitely the most meta of the tents, heavily preferred with its just definitive support sub and special, and it's or sub and weapon, and it just the special's ability to make pushes happen as it chomps through walls and bombs and anything you could think of. All right, we've got
Definitely.
Go ahead.
Azur is definitely having the clamp control here. Actually, a 10 and hammer ready, so only get 2 footballs on their side. Probably gonna start to push the 10 and the hammer.
And the hammer
Which
comes
will-
out, but it doesn't get the picks that it needs to make this push happen. Shy gets the snipe on their T-Tech though, and they destroy this baller, which gives them the control that they need to make as much as they can with the positions that they have. Shy's thinking about grabbing those extra clams he sees on the bottom, but nonetheless just keeps up with what he's got going. Azur has the majority of the control for these map modes, for this map right now, and is collecting clams like it's nobody's business. But they're gonna need the push and the picks if they want to make anything out of these guys.
Yeah, but Azur definitely missed out on their first push. That could have been totally much better than a 0 push. It could have been pushed to almost around the 40s, if not 30s, with how many claims they had.
All right.
Referring back to Pika's hammer, like you said, actually unable to get any picks. There's nothing else to really follow the hammer besides the 10 shield, which I guess kind of left Pika by himself and actually get an easy pick and avoid the hammer.
Shy gets a dramatic kill on that T-Tech with just a really good snipe. Just one of my favorite knockouts to see that happen in this game. I'm stuttering on my words a little bit. we've got Azure kind of staggering with the kills and the plays, and not able to make a whole lot of what they've got going with their map control and their picks. Derek suffering a lot with the control, but able to put it into the basket regardless. We're not seeing anything over here, so I'm going to switch over to look at what Shy's got going on. No, don't leave that basket alone. They've been able to re-accommodate some control back into mid. What?
Yeah. Now we actually do see the top of the screen. Is there actually having two specials, but actually armor going down early? As the Gugas do go down.
Shy is just abusing this poor Hydra Splatling, not giving them a chance to get the paint down that they need in order to support their team with the control and the armors. Azure has accumulated 3 specials. We got the T-Tech trying to counter their defenses, but it goes down, and it's looking bad on the side of overpower.
Now here's another opportunity for Azure again. I'm probably going to expect a lot more relaying specials besides Hammer.
Copilot's able to use that wall to keep himself from going down to the baller. Gets 2 down, but isn't able to put that ball in. Mudcup gives it a good save. There's so many clams in front of their base, but Azure at this point is too staggered to make anything powerful over what they've got going on. This game's been going on for 5 minutes. This might just be a game where the only point scored is a single power ball.
Like, really, for Azure, their only struggle for them is just, like, their only enemy against them is themselves. Like, Overpower is in this vulnerable position, defensive stance, that Azure could definitely take advantage of a lot more than just one power clam.
Alright, and there it is. That good. Azure is able to put in so many clams, getting down to almost 36 before Overpowered has anything to say about it. Not enough clams in order to keep this push alive, but I don't think they're going to need to, as the clock clicks down on 10 points. It looks like this game is set, and we're going to be 2-0. Overpowered has the power ball they need to start this overtime. They've got all their specials accumulated. We've actually got 3 down on the side of Azure. The baller is pushing in. The Inkjet is going to go down, and the power ball...
Wait, what happened to the ball carrier?
Something happened to the ball carrier. Must have gotten down, or was tossed it to use a special. Was not able to jump and get that basket open like they needed to. So... Even in spite of that 3-down situation, we're still going to see a victory on the side of Azure.
Definitely, Azure eventually got their act together towards the end of relaying specials. Relaying specials that they need, like Pika's hammer and also the armor. Excuse me.
No worries, he actually hasn't said too much this stream, and I'm grateful for that.
It's odd here and there, but yeah. Honestly, the relaying of specials at the beginning wasn't the greatest until towards the end, where actually thought the one push actually sealed the game for them. And I'm actually kind of curious on what happened to the ball carrier at the end there.
Yeah, I'd love to look that over in the VOD once this is all said and done. But with that being said, we're gonna take a short break. We're gonna go get a quick water and look at where we are in the bracket, and most likely transition, shift around some of the commentators so that people can get some well-deserved breaks. Custom, do you have anything to say before you head out for the night?
Honestly, it's fun. Thank you for having me, even on such short notice.
Yeah,
not much going on Friday, but it's just always fun to do this.
I think the conceit of this entire night is thanks despite for short notice.
Well,
Custom, it's
the team, staff, and commentators. Yeah.
This is the first time I had the opportunity to talk to you, and I've got to say it's been a huge pleasure.
Well, it's no problem.
Okay, thanks for popping in and helping me out. And I look forward to talking to you again in the future, okay?
See ya.
Alright, and we're going to transition. We'll be right back with you guys, okay?
Hello there, everyone. Welcome to A&G Gaming for Ink2Win Substitute Teacher Edition. If you don't recognize my voice already, I am Kbot. I'm a tournament organizer that's been around for a while, and of course, joined by Stellar, who's been with you all night.
I have. It's been a very interesting night, especially as my first not just my first event TOing, but just not just my first event commentating, but just my first event TOing at a large scale in general. I've grown familiar with just TO in general because I helped out on an old, not too popular weekday series, Throwback Tuesday, I think it was, or it was run by Snake for just a little bit. So that's where I accumulated most of my knowledge. But today has just been a learning experience.
I'm sure it has. Yeah, so for those of you just joining us, we're going to be hopping right on into losers semifinals between Azure and Kanai Plus. So Azure, we just saw, has been around for a little while, made up of a handful of very familiar players. Right now we've got Copilot, Shy, Mudcup, and Pika all playing. And then for Kanai, they've also been doing quite well recently over. So we're going to see here what they have in store for us, getting ready on Rainmaker Manta Maria.
All right, and this is my first time viewing any kind of tournament experience with Kanai in particular, so this is going to be an interesting show. It looks like they're coming in without any backliner, and it'd be interesting to see. That isn't usually a terrible choice with Rainmaker, but it's going to be interesting to see what they do about Shy and their very, very heavy presence when it comes to their pressuring.
Indeed, here both teams at a stalemate at the moment. Some specials being popped on either side, but looks like Azure has the majority of the mid, or did have a majority of the mid for the moment. They are going to go ahead and go 2 down. Kanai looking for a couple more picks before they push this forward, though.
All right, despite there being 2 down, Mudcup is not afraid to add some pressure onto that little nest area. They grab the Rainmaker, but unfortunately go straight down as Shy's protection pressure is not enough to keep those dualies from messing him up. We've got the hammer coming out, but he gets a 6 snipe on them, and he's camping that jump, and we've got 3 down on the side. This is going to be Azure's opportunity to get a good amount of points should their dualie squelchers go down in this upcoming push. It looks like that seems to be the case. They made an interesting choice in starting going right on the left side, but that doesn't seem to have been out of their favor as they pushed all the way to 21 points before the end of that push.
I think that interesting push worked out for them a little bit there. Able to throw the burst bombs over the edge well enough to pressure the members of Kanai back, as well as having that Stingray there. Copilot here still going to cause some trouble. Kanai not going to be able to reset that Rainmaker quite yet, as Azure does an excellent job of keeping up pressure. That's a 3-down situation actually now for Kanai, so Azure here might have the potential to pop the Rainmaker. Still not going to do it quite yet. Scared of it for some reason at the moment as Siren approaches this Rainmaker.
All right, we've got Pika going down. Oh, it looks like we have another DC. Is that what you're seeing on your screen as well?
Yeah, it does look like we have another DC on the side of Azure.
Mudcup has gone down, but they've already pushed the points all the way to 21, so I'm not sure they're going to have any opportunity to do a replay on this. They're going to have to play some heavy, heavy defense if they want this to go their way.
Well, Azure is the one with the disconnect, and they are winning right now, so a replay might not help them a ton. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to see this being ruled, but on the meanwhile, Kanai going to go ahead and knock that right out rather easily. Just following that hammer right up to the pedestal. We'll see what happens here as far as a ruling is concerned, but we'll get right back to you on that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate situation to be seen, but Kanai put up a decent fight against Azure. clearly they're talented enough to be able to make it all the way to losers final against so many of these good teams. So I'd hate to see this set go down with just, we can't really play anymore. Luckily, Mudcup has already popped right back into this lobby. We're moving on to tower control, which means that they are going to have to take the L on that one. But the good thing about this is we're in the losers final. We're gonna be dealing out a best of 5 here, so hopefully we can see Azure recover after that fatal DC in the last round.
Indeed. Unfortunate to see coming out from them. You know, I think Mudcup's been having some internet issues at the moment as it is.
Mm-hmm. I remember last set he was one of the couple people that were having disconnection problems on Azure's side, as there were disconnection problems for both sides during that particular round. Always an entertaining kind of situation when you have that going on. I'm gonna take a quick second to change that scoreboard to 1 eventually. Now we've got tower control in the pit. This isn't the first time we've seen this map since this tournament started. The last time we saw this, I believe, Azure, I'm not sure if we saw Azure stick with the Stingray or not. But with the way that Pika's been, or not Pika, with the way that Shy has been playing with that charger, I would be incredibly surprised to see them put that down. Kanai opting to stick with their no backline with their no backline comp. As they open up, they're doing their best to control their conveyor belt, but it does not seem to be going into their favor, as Pika and Mudcup had pushed up on them and taken down 2 people. But it's a 2v2, it's a 3v1. Can Pika get the wipe? No, he cannot. Kanai's Joseph takes out Pika and keeps them from getting what they need in order to start a potentially fatal push on a full wipe situation.
In the meantime there, Kanai did go 3 down as well, so the tower wasn't able to move for either team as we watch Joseph here. But looking here, we now have Azure going ahead to take the tower and pushing it a little bit, but not going to get very far. 2-down situation for both teams as the tower will reset back to neutral.
Alright, Mudcup gets 1 pick. He's looking for the second, but takes too much damage to have the Commodus take down that 4th. Gets picked off by someone who just sees him sharking around. But despite all that, Azure has still started their push, moving it almost all the way to that checkpoint before they back it up to take accommodation, or to take count of who is where. Pika using their burst bomb special to take out that end zap might be a very good start to a very good push. Without that armor that they might need to push down onto that drop and take some people out.
Stingray
Sorry, coming up. Go ahead.
Well, Stingray, I was just going to note that the Stingray from Kanai was not quite able to get the members off of the tower that they needed to get off. So Azure was able to push that a little further than Kanai would have hoped, but it looks like the end of the push is here for Azure, or at least they're going to let it reset a little bit. Try to maybe get a couple picks on Kanai here before pushing back forward.
Yeah, when it comes to games on tower control games on pit, sometimes that first checkpoint is the only one you ever need. That push going across your enemy team's drop is so uncomfortable that not many games ever really get past 40 points itself. So being able to push and secure the second checkpoint is usually the deal breaker when it comes to situations like this. Alright, the NZAP actually managed to take 2 people from Azure down with them, so they're actually going to be able to push on pretty steadily themselves. If it weren't for the fact that Pika is popping their burst bomb special, making sure that they're not comfortable in that tower and they're not comfortable keeping control of their side of the pit.
Yeah, good stuff there coming out from Pika to try to stall that push from Kanai for as long as possible. But here comes the Kanai push, potentially 2 specials online for them, and it is 1 down for Azure. The Stingray coming out, counter the other Ray. Doesn't look like either was quite able to get that pick, but all the meanwhile, Kanai is going to continue riding this tower.
They've got that first checkpoint down. Their brush is doing a little dance to make sure they don't take too much damage. Their jump may be going down, but it's a dually, so they manage to get out of the way. Shy makes sure that this tower isn't staying put where it needs to, but they go down to that risky push to make sure they don't get those extra points that could take away the lead from them. Ended up costing them a lot, as now they're only have the mini splatling up and they're set to take this next point, except Shy comes in and nails a really nice snipe. We got 3 down on the tower, and that 1 point meme lives. The brush goes down, and that's it for the push for Kanai. They're gonna have to really buckle down their bars if they want to be able to get that last point that they need to secure a victory against them and get a 2-0 in this set.
So close there, but Azur able to hold on by a thread. Kanai looking to change that right now as Joseph gets a pick on a Pika off of this conveyor belt. Joseph looking for a couple more. 2-down situation for Kanai, but that Stingray is going to come out on tower, try to look for a couple more members, as Kanai still having a little bit of difficulty, looks like, really pushing this forward.
Alright. We got 3 down on Kanai, so, and with 30 seconds left, they're gonna need to paint. They're gonna have to paint this map if they want enough specials in order to coordinate a push that could get them that last point they need for the lead. The Dually Squad chose opts to use their 10 missiles preemptively in order to move them around. With 2 down on the side of Azur, that might not have been a terrible idea. They've got the Stingray coming out to move around that sniper, make sure he's not doing too much. And despite popping their missiles preemptively, they have it already before they finish that push. But unfortunately, they go 3 down, they go 4 down thanks to the Stingray, and that's going to be a game in favor of Azur.
Yeah, looking at that, about 20-30 seconds left in that game, you saw the special go online for Azur's charger there in Shy. So that was just able to completely nullify any push possible from Kanai. The rest of the members of Azur were there to pick up the tower and take care of picking off the rest of the kills and stopping that push. So Azur going to take game 2 and tie the set 1-1 in our last best of 3 of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it is going to be, Losers Semis will be our last best of 3. So this is the deciding game between these two teams. We're going to see Splat Zones on Muscle Forge Fitness.
Oh, is this still round? I think I'm mixed up on where we are.
So
but
both
regardless,
of these teams, oh.
mine says that losers final is Starfish for Splat
Losers
Zones.
semis.
Losers semis.
Right. Or round 7, round 6.
Oh, that's where I got mixed up. It's because of the tower control in the pit, I think. Okay, well, I'm gonna make sure I hit A so I don't keep any of these good souls waiting any longer than they have to. After I've just like stalled the silence with my inability to read. Reading's not important.
reading gets difficult at times. Reading definitely gets difficult at times, but
it's not like you need it for jobs and friendships
Oh,
on the
no.
internet or anything. Especially not running tournaments. What are you talking about?
I have no idea why that'd be helpful.
Not even one clue. Alrighty. Oh, we're pushing on to our next game on, what is this? Splat Zones on Muscle Forge Fitness. One of my favorites. One of those games. It's just like anything on Muscle Forge tends to have a special place in my heart, just because of how long it's been in the game and how often it's in rotation.
Yeah, so interesting thing coming out from both of these teams. I see double sloshers coming out from Azur and a Luna Blaster coming out from Kanai. Now, the double sloshers makes a little bit of sense. You know, the elevation changes here on Muscle Forge going to allow for those sloshers to easily get some nice fall-off damage in any situation when they're on top of the zone. So they're really going to try to apply pressure here. But the Luna Blaster, in my opinion, is very interesting. A very interesting pick for Kanai. We'll see if that works out for them.
Mm-hmm. The the pick of the Vanilla Luna with the baller is definitely one that's going to have the special in the favor with them. It's going to give them the opportunity to paint a huge portion of that zone. But I'm not sure with the weapons that Azure has brought to the table that the range that the Luna has is going to be able to help them with the pressure that they've had with all of these mid to backline weapons that Azure has been bringing to the table. We've got 2 down on the side of Kanai again. Mudcup is pushing directly into their base, not even afraid a little bit of that blaster. Never mind, he's backing up a little. He's a little afraid. But he's gonna come over and help his buddy get that kill nonetheless. We've got Kanai pushing into the zone. We've got it neutralized. If they can paint enough, they're gonna get that penalty. They got a huge penalty when you push it that far in. Having that big of a penalty is like a death sentence to just play an entire another round of zones. And I'm actually excited to see how Kanai is able to handle their landscape and make sure that they can keep this in their favor. We've got 2 down on their side again. We've got 2-2 situation, but now they have to do something about that sniper. Their baller could have been their key to painting this zone without having to worry about snipes, but they go down in that trench. But paint the zone nonetheless.
Yeah, so Kanai early on had a little bit of difficulty getting back into the zone, perhaps for the reasons you said, all playing, fairly frontline weapons, but Jai getting a nice pick on that jump there. But Azure, for the really majority of this match, has been able to dominate. Of course, as I say that, they are going to go 3 down. And
speaking of domination, he's...
Classic commentator's first fashion, as Kanai goes ahead to take his zone. Let's see if they can hold on to it here.
Legend ends that play with a triple on Azure, 2 with the hammer and 1 just the slapping. Pika finds an NZAP with a bomb while he's trying to get his zone turning special, the burst bomb rush. But I think a lot of this game is playing in favor of Kanai because their trickling zone captures are not having to deal with as much of the penalty as Azure is every time they have to switch out, because they still get about 30 points every time that they switch back, and Azure's just slowly ticking away at their 70, at their 50, maybe next to their 30, and I'm looking forward to see what they have in store for them next. We've got 2 down on the side of Azure, so 3 down on the side of Azure. They take that zone back in their favor. Azure's penalty is all the way back up to 50 again. If they can keep this and tick it down some more points, using this strategy might work in their favor to get them the game that they need to keep this loser's bracket going.
Yeah, the Chai here is going to do everything in their power to not let that happen, try to get a couple more snipes on his zone. He's going to get that pick on the Luna just in the nick of time. Looking for a couple more, will go ahead and pull out that Stingray, and in the meantime, Azure going to go ahead and take that zone back as that Stingray does an effective job of pushing the members of Kanai out. 3 down situation though for Azure, so it's going to be an easy cap back for Kanai.
Shai's in a bit of trouble here. His whole team went down. They're pushing up on him. They're going to have to take a step back. But unfortunately for Kanai, they're going to have to do a lot of work in order to keep the zone for as long as possible. As the clock's ticking down to 40, they're not going to be able to afford having to go through another zone flip. It's ticking back over to the blue team. They're able to keep it. The hammer comes out. He's looking for some picks. He finds it on Pika. They're keeping the zone up there. This might be what Kanai needs in order to keep this going. As we're ticking down, it's 4-4. Azure's pushing in, but their efforts are futile as they're painting the crap out of this zone. They might not even have a chance to pop a penalty on it, but they've got 2 down on their side. The Luna and the Squelties are not enough to keep it painted against 4 whole people. And now we're going to have to see them push for 40 whole seconds into this overtime and hope. We've already got 1 down on their side. The specials are coming out, the zone, but if they don't keep the zone, they're going to have to say goodbye.
Ink armor coming out is going to make it even more difficult for the members of Azure, but they are going to maintain the zone at the moment. That will be a wipe on Kanai. They really have to rush back to the zone as soon as possible. Time is quickly running out for them. 1 down situation for both teams at the moment, but Azure is still doing a good job of holding back members of Kanai. That is going to be game. Azure just barely taking back that game
Barely
after
hanging on the
Kanai going for a push
40-second
of their own.
overtime. Azure is able to wiggle their way back into the losers finals after a detrimental DC that could have cost them everything. After such a good game, they've got a well-deserved position in the next round. Oh my goodness.
And speaking of that next round that is coming up right now between Azure, we just saw one that, and Eventually.
Now, Eventually is the team that ended up sending Azure to the losers bracket in the first place. So if we pop this set up onto stream again, we're gonna be in for some interesting games.
Indeed. Hopefully, we'll be able to see more down-to-the-wire matches and a couple less disconnects in this next set.
Hopefully a couple less disconnects.
Hopefully. That's what we're aiming
praying.
for.
Alrighty. Do you know how much time we have left for finals?
Don't know.
Okay. I'm gonna switch into a quick intermission while I set up. I finally set up the match screen properly instead of letting you guys all watch the lobby. So I'm gonna pop on some music for you guys really quick while I wait for the announcement that the next round is ready to start. So hang tight, squids. Oh, that was awkward. Hang tight, listen to some City of Color, and we'll be right back to you with some great games. That's better.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're here, Ink2Win Substitute Teacher Edition. We just witnessed a thrilling set, or really thrilling game, there at the very end of that game 3 between Azure and Kanai. Came down to the wire. Azure led for most of the game. Kanai was able to slowly chop away at that lead. and come back in the last couple of seconds. And then Azure was able to hold back the overtime push. So overall, great stuff coming out from both of these teams. But now Azure's next challenge is going up against Eventually, and Eventually has been doing pretty well today overall. Of course, they did reach winners finals, and they did go down to none other than Loki earlier. So Loki is awaiting the winner of this next set between these two teams. So great stuff coming out from them. If we pull up the map list here, we're on losers finals right now, which means we're starting on Rainmaker at the Reef. We'll then be moving to Clamblitz on Anchovy, Splat Zones on Starfish Main Stage, Tower Control on Wally Warehouse, and Rainmaker on New Albacore Hotel. But heading into this game, man, come to think of it, I don't know when the last time I have seen Rainmaker Reef was. I'm going to be completely honest. Not that like it's the most random map to have in a map list. I'm just not sure that I've seen it played in a competitive setting in quite some time. So this should be fun to watch. Of course, there is that closed left side that the teams can push up, or they can go right up the middle, right up those ramps coming from where you spawn. So we'll see what both of these teams opt for heading into this next set, as we're about to get underway very shortly here between these two teams. It is Azure versus Eventually in losers finals.
And with that, we're moving on, or transitioning into the next match with Rainmaker on the Reef. The last time we saw this, I believe we saw Azure play against their first competitors. And it was a neutral game overall. So let's see if we can have some different plays coming out of both of these very heavy-hitting teams. We're opening up with the T-Tech Sharky. He takes out Shy instantly. We got a double kill on the side of Overpower, moving into a triple. They pop their Stingray and they're ready to move on. The Slosher jumps all the way back, and they're going to be able to push this Rainmaker all the way to 30 before Azure even has anything to say about it. They manage to take him out with a Burst Bomb Rush from Pika, but they're still seeing player after player go down. Their backline can back up and give their team a bunch of jumps into mid, but they're still going to have a huge heavy presence because they were able to take so many people down when they were leaving.
Yeah, eventually they're doing an excellent job of coming out of the gate strong with an explosive push. One, they were able to really quickly get that first burst on the Rainmaker, which isn't necessarily all that important. Might be able to help your team get a little bit of an early advantage at this. And then they were able to just run right at the map, and they're probably looking to do much the same here, as none of the other members of Azure are quite around to defend this push. Okay, as I say that, of course, going to go down there, that push, as Azure looks to make something happen here, but Q is going to get a snipe there onto the opposing Slosher.
FM makes sure that his presence is known in their closed area, not able to have the control that they want. Eventually has just been dominating this match with the paint and the kills, and Azure's going to have to get some coordination, some really good picks if they want to see a reversal on the situation that they found themselves in. The Ballers pushing out on their charger. This might be their opportunity. One goes down. Pika is pressuring them with the paint, but the Inkjet comes out and they're not able to leave the bridge because of the combination of the Jet and the Stingray just is too much for them to even stand on even ground.
3-down situation for Azure at the moment. Shy going to be forced to back away because of that, as a couple of defensive specials were quite well utilized there on behalf of Eventually. Now they're looking to continue pushing this forward, as we've got a couple of members now going back deep in their base, but Mudcup going to be able to sneak up behind the Rainmaker and get the pick.
All right, we've got 2 down. The Overpowered is working on popping that, and they've just maintained the heck out of all of their presence they have. Their players are able to jump all the way back to their 2 players that were patiently waiting for them to return, making sure that Azure didn't have the opportunity to even step out of their high ground with the presence they made known with their charger. Fortunately for Azure, their patience has rewarded them with 3 ready specials in order to get and hopefully we're going to see a well-coordinated push. One goes down.
Azure, as you mentioned, playing the patient game, letting that Rainmaker reset, building up their specials to try to get a push happening. But, you know, at the moment, eventually playing much the same patient game at the moment. They know they don't really need to overextend themselves and push forward because they're sitting with a pretty comfortable lead at the moment, and Azure isn't really full-on challenging them. And now we've got 3 specials coming out from Azure to try to get control of the mid, and they will go ahead and do that. Copilot can go ahead, pick up the Rainmaker. Eventually did go 1 down in that process. They're going to go ahead and try to push up the middle, but here comes that Stingray coming out from eventually.
Mudcup and Copilot trying to coordinate which way would be best with the Stingray popping directly on Copilot's head. It was a really hard decision. Unfortunately, the charger on eventually decided not to worry about the counter Stingray, to just make sure that the Rainmaker took as much damage as possible to make sure that their push did not reward them with the lead. They're making sure that the paint that they've maintained all over this map stays constant. They're pressuring the heck out of this top to make sure that their control of the bridge is the one that is I'm tripping on my words just a little bit. They're making sure they've got that paint on the bridge, which is a really keystone point. Copilot manages to grab that Rainmaker, though, is directly in the face of their charger and isn't able to make anything out of that push, though. With 10 seconds left, that might be the end of this game.
Yeah, Copilot there tried to make something happen, but might have been a little bit too soon, maybe. I don't know if the rest of the members of Azure were fully expecting that push to happen, and there were, I think, 1 or 2 down at that time. So unfortunately there, for Azure, eventually going to go ahead and take that win in that first game after really all they needed was 1 explosive first push.
All right, and now as we transition into the match screen that I was depending on K-Bot to stall for while I got ready, you could see the beauty that I have. 3 matches ready. Match 4 just says match 4. I did it! And now I'm going to take a second to make sure that the scoreboard is correct. So K-Bot, why don't you tell us a little bit about Anchovy Games while I make sure that everything is all primed and ready to go on this side.
Anchovy Games with Clan Blitz. All right, well, you've got kind of your 2 options. You can take your, or I suppose you kind of have 3 options. You can try to go right up the middle, using those elevators in the middle of the map to try to get a push going. You can try going the left route, going up on top of those boxes and trying to leap on over to the opposing team's side. And then you can also try to push right up the right corridor. But no matter which way you go about doing it, you're definitely going to need full support of your team when trying to go forward here. I think the way the map is designed overall, it makes it pretty difficult for, say, I mean, in a lot of cases, you know, with Clan Blitz, you can see ballers kind of run in and just, you know, stand there right in front of the goal, run in pretty much undefended by the rest of the team, and just take care of things there. But I think that's a little more difficult to do with just the nature of how Anchovy Games is laid out. You know, as you're almost like running right through the throat of your opponents. So we'll see here what each of these teams bring to the table as we hop into this Game 2 match coming up between Eventually
and Azure. Alright, I'm going to switch back into studio, and I've corrected the wrongs that were on. I'm not sure I have the score right. So if anybody wants to pop me a ping.
That's correct.
That is correct? Okay.
I agree. Eventually's up 1-0. They just won that last game. But moving into this game now with Clan Blitz, Pika coming out with the Tent Umbrella. Not surprising, the Tent Umbrella going to be able to or really overall has just been a very strong weapon for anyone to push forward with on clams.
Alright, we've already got one down on the side of Overpowered, so maybe this is the map mode combo that Azure needs in order to take another game. We've got just pick after pick against Overpower. This H3 is doing their Monday best in order to paint and make sure that they don't lose control of their mid, but they're going to be adding this pressure from these power balls. And the Stingray is going to come out, the cannon missiles are going to be too much, and they're going to be doing their best to get that fan pusher going and to get that first power ball in. Mudcup's pushing in, he gets the jump, and he's going to put it right in before the ballpoint has anything to say about it. Pika's in their base, ready to pop those clams in. He's going to have that shield open, he's going to stall that for as long as possible so that his teammates can grab the clams that they need. Unfortunately, he goes down to FM in the base, and this, with 2 down on the side of Azure, this might be the end of their push. Pushing to below 50 points is not a terrible way to open up, and their penalty is a little more than a single power ball. So as long as they maintain the control that they've acquired during their push, they're gonna have a good go. But unfortunately, their ball holder goes down and accidentally chucks it off the map during their death. So Overpower is going to take advantage of the situation to get some much needed control back, where they and to grab some clams.
Yeah, so going back to that push by Azure, they really waited for the last possible moment before they, or Mudcup waited for the last possible moment before he was able to push forward and throw that clam in the basket. And I think that really paid off for Azure as a whole, obviously getting that down to 3. But now, eventually looking to mount a comeback, they've got to jump in. So here comes that jump. Let's see if they can follow it up with anything. It doesn't. It looks like the rest of the members of Eventually are off getting a couple of picks. There's actually a lot of claims there for Eventually to throw in. We'll see if this is enough to get the lead. It might just be coming up from them, and it will.
Overpower managed to flip that clock over into their favor, taking out a couple of the defending team while they're at it. But unfortunately, they're going to go down too many players in order to maintain their position. We've got a point led by only a clam or 2, and I'm really excited to see what Azure's going to have in store for us.
One down from both sides at the moment, eventually trying to keep the pressure up on this basket. Hammer is going to go down there for Azure. They do have this pity clam, and like I said, eventually not letting Azure really breathe here.
Alright, before they even know it, as Overpower has already slammed another clam to solidify their lead. They're pushing past their 40 back into a 30. They've got people going down, but FM, still with the clam, is popping bubbles and shoving them in their base and making sure that they're going to have a harder time than anything in order to get back on the defense. Unfortunately, they're not enough clams spawn nearby for them to make use of their heavy push against Azure. So eventually is going to go down, and we're going to have to see if they're able to maintain what they've got going on in mid, or if they're going to have to trade places and go on the defense in this coming push.
The other thing that I just now realized about this game that I should have commented on earlier or noticed earlier was that FM is actually picking the foil squeezer there. Not the most unusual pick in the world, but definitely an interesting one. You know, the squeezer has those bubbles and does have a lot of versatile roles that it can play. So interesting pick by him in this match, but Azure now looking to make something happen. Co-Pilot looking to throw in this clam, but the rest of the members of Eventually obviously know that he's there and easily marked. Co-Pilot has the ball already, is going to get a jump in from Pika. They are going to get 2 power clams in. Mudcup going to try to come up and get the change and will go ahead and take the lead. Looking like, though, that that's going to be much the end of the push here. Shy going to get one more extra one in, so has the lead, or Azure right now has the lead, but not completely out of the realm of possibility for Eventually to come back from this one.
With that vast pushed so close to the end of this timer, it means and got down with the bomb. Their Azure's recent push just means that Overpower is going to have an easy pity clam in order to push in on them. Just one is going to undo their penalty, and the other is going to gift them what they need in order to take the lead on this. But it looks like both of their clans are at a loss. No! They're able to save it. They've got a jump coming in. If they put that in, their penalty is going to go down.
If they get both those power clams in, FM, they're going to go mostly undetected from the members of Azure and eventually taking game 2 in that set. Very back and forth overall.
So I've been corrected. I think I've called this team overpowered the entire match. I want to... Oopsie. So we've been playing against Eventually. Eventually takes the 2-0 lead over Azure. And we're going to be moving on to Starfish on Zones. Or Zones on Starfish main stage.
Zones on Starfish, Starfish on Zones. I mean, it might as well be the same thing. Either way, what do you think about this one? What do you think about this map?
This map is always a bit of a tease for me because as a backline person, it's so easy to flank or get flanked with the way the grates are set up. So it definitely favors the team with the players with the good eye for situations they can take advantage of and good maneuverability on those grates. With this one, it always seems like the amount of distance in the middle is enough for there to be people on mid painting, and but just a little bit too far away to actually get the kills on each other. So I think that results in a lot more neutral game than you could get from other games on Splat Zones.
All right, well, we're going to be heading right into this match between these two, up 2-0 in the set over Azure. Only needs one more to move on to Grand Finals versus Loki. We'll see what happens and what both teams bring to the table.
All right, we've got Azure versus Eventually. Eventually opting to switch to Heavy Splatling versus Charger, and also bringing with a Splattershot Junior, a custom Splattershot Junior.
Copilot also taking that Grim Rage out as well. So a lot of interesting picks here from both sides. Eventually looking for a lot more of painting power here on zones. And Copilot here are going to hopefully try to get a couple of kills with that Grim Range Blaster, but can't quite seem to push forward at the moment. So zone's going to be very contested at the moment as we go ahead and start this match.
Yep, and here's this large amount of neutral game I was talking about earlier, but we're going to see that change as Pika breaks out the Burst Bomb Rush with that Soda Slosher. A girl is going to have to deal with some 10 missiles, get pushed all the way back, but they use that to their advantage to charge some armor. Unfortunately, they go down on their snipe. FM's looking for an advantageous situation with their sharking, peeks a little bit at the Grim Range Blaster and decides it's ready to make a move. It doesn't seem like they have any idea that they're here, so they're going to take advantage of that to paint the heck out of this zone, cap it, and maintain a penalty.
Yeah, FM going for a very nice flank option there, and that Inkstorm also coming in to support some paint on that zone. So eventually to go ahead and take the cap. That's a 2-down situation now for Azure, as eventually looks to push forward and defend their push.
Alright. We've got the Astulis trying to take advantage of Shy the Charger over here, pushing in on them, surprising them, but not being able to do anything about it because of the armor that was popped just in the nick of time to make sure that their Stingray stayed alive in order to scatter these kids around. Azure's gonna cap that zone back into their favor and give eventually a nifty little penalty that they have to deal with should they cap again. 10 missiles are gonna scatter these kids around a little bit more, and they're gonna have to put up a little bit of a fight in order to get back to their low ground. We've got the Baller coming out, ready to go. Popping on the zone, but not even neutralizing it. But FM's doing his little junior best, popping the chickens in the storm in order to outpaint everybody on Azure as they just go down to all of their teammates, and they're painting up to make sure that they've got control and that they've got their specials ready to go.
Indeed, there's Shy also jumping out there, so almost an effective wipe for Azure as they look to push forward back into this zone, eventually looking to go for the lead here, but Armor and Stingray coming out on zone, and the Burst Bomb Rush coming out. Zone's going to be contested for the moment. Mudcup going to continue to push forward. Hugh's going to be pushed back a little more. Zone continues to be contested here. Eventually will go ahead and eventually take the zone back, though.
Alright, and this might be their opportunity to overtake. They take the lead, and now Azure's going to have to work pretty hard to work off that, to sweat off that 40-point penalty that they've managed to accumulate. Their end zap goes down the right, and Shy's going to have to take it back if they want to keep that Stingray safe and do something about their Ray to make sure that their teammates can do what they need to do.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of zone trades based on excellent use from both of these teams on offensive specials. We're seeing a lot of special coordination, a lot of paint first happening, and then a lot of special coordination coming out from these two teams as they push forward onto the zone. And that is why this zone has been trading hands so much. So eventually going to take that back, even if only for a couple of seconds, really trying to not let Azure push any far further forward as they know time is slowly running out for Azure to do something about this.
Alright, but they've essentially got even points and even penalties, so this could be anybody's game at this point. If they can find FM and make sure that he doesn't pop through the double bombs in the cloud on the zone, they're gonna give themselves a huge opportunity to not lose. There they come, though. The zone has been targeted with the rain, it's been targeted with the chickens, and it goes back into the favor of eventually as Azure is going to have to paint their little hearts away to get the specials that they need to push back in.
The wise thing about that push, though, from eventually was that none of the members of Azure went down, so they are going to go ahead, be able to take this back. Even if one went down a little more delayed, the zone continues to be contested. The Stingray are going to come out, try to get some picks to go down for Azure on the side of, or on, Azure's half. Two went down for eventually another 2 down. So Azure takes the zone and is going to likely take this game, and indeed they will, forcing the game 4 in the set.
Oh, indeed. Alright, and we're going to be moving on to Game 4, which is going to be Walleye Tower. I believe that means I've got the scoreboard wrong again, though, so allow me to transition and write that one before. So this is a 2-2 match with against Azure and eventually. And Walleye Tower Control can, depending on your special coordination, can be a very, very quick lead or very, very quick knockout, just because of how easily it is to lock people out in their own spawn. So I'm really looking forward to seeing who takes advantage of that the best in this next coming games.
And kind of commenting on that, I think so far we've seen this set, I feel like eventually has been the more aggressive team overall. We saw it a little bit in their just initial pushes on some of the other maps, most notably the Reef Rainmaker. Just really having a good game plan heading into the match and pushing forward as far as they can before going down. So we'll see here if the tight corners and can play in their favor heading into this Game 4 at Walleye Warehouse.
Alright, we're going to see the same comp that we had last time coming out of Azure. However, they've eventually has opted to drop their magnificent custom Splattershot Junior in favor of a T-Tech. And this is probably a good choice, as this is one of the Inkchet's better maps. So we're going to have the Charger go down on the side of eventually. We're looking for her to get a pick, so they're 2 down. They're going to have a staggered respawn, but Copilot's in a bit of an iffy. He manages to get a trade with the help of a teammate, So now they've got some staggered respawns, and this would be a good time for Azure to pop onto that tower. But unfortunately, staggered as it might have been, there's too much pressure in mid for them to be able to make too much, and they've even popped on the tower to make a statement that they're ready to start moving.
Yeah, this very volatile potential match has not yet quite taken off as both teams are looking for a little bit of footing on the other. Stingray going to come out for Azure, forcing the members of Eventually off of that tower and stopping them from making a push. Nothing has really happened so far in this match.
Alright, we've got more and more neutral game as they trade even in mid, but fortunately for Azure, they've gone 2 down on the side of Eventually, so this might be the opportunity they have to, if not to push a tower, to at least move ahead and give themselves some more advantageous positions. Pika's the only one that's managed a special so far, and I'm sure that they're biding their time. Here he comes, the Stingray comes out, the Burst Bomb pops out, the armor is up, and we're getting ready to get some decent pushes. But here comes the Inkjet, ready to rain on their parade.
You know, I like from Azure those specials being popped as late as they were, able to fully clear that checkpoint and get a decent way through the second checkpoint. Unfortunately, not going to be able to clear that checkpoint with only 1 point left to go. If they could have stayed on that tower for just a split second longer, I think they would have had it, but unfortunately not able to get it in that scenario. Going to be a 2-down situation for Azure, and that will likely be the end of this push from them.
When it comes to Walleye Warehouse, it seems to be that second checkpoint that gives the teams the most trouble, as it's right underneath their low ground. But once you get that one, it tends to snowball, so that one little checkpoint could have been their answer, just getting a knockout as soon as they got their next couple of picks. However, they're the ones that are going to be picked off in this team as Azure goes 3 down and eventually gets ready to push in on them, hopefully getting their own checkpoints. Their respawns are a bit staggered, but Azure is coming out. Copilot gets the trade on their flanker, and they're doing their best, but they have a complete wipe, and now this is the moment of truth. Azure is going to have to do their best to make sure that they don't get their spawn too camped or they're going to have a lot of trouble. They managed to, they managed to defend and they don't get pushed past that checkpoint, but it looks like we have a DC on the side of Eventually, and that might cause them the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't believe this is going to get replayed as both teams are below 50, and that was well into the match. So this match will stand as it's currently being played. As we have 2 members down for Eventually, plus that 1 DC. That'll allow Azure to push forward here.
Eventually is going to have to play some hard defense for the next minute if they want to make, or if they want this match to make or break. The Stingray's coming out, though. They're going 3-3, but unfortunately their T-Tech goes down. They're heading towards that checkpoint. It looks like Mudcup is going to be going down. They might not be able to push into that checkpoint to get what they need. Despite their odds, Eventually is holding out as hard as they can. They're not ready to say goodbye to this tournament yet.
Indeed here, but Azure looking to push forward, and actually if Azure wins this, they're going to be forcing a Game 5 situation. A couple of shots coming out on tower, Eventually going to be able to take this tower back, but not after a couple of members there going down. Excellent play there coming out from Azure, taking those picks, and they will go ahead, take the lead. That is a wipe. Looking for the knockout here to seal the deal, and we have a Game 5.
Eventually played a hard game on that defense, but unfortunately it was not enough to keep those boys off that tower and to stop them from breaking that checkpoint. We're going to be moving on to Game 5, which is going to be... Drum roll, please. It's going to be Rainmaker on New Albacore Hotel. Whew. This is going to be an interesting one. K-Bot, tell me a little bit about how you feel about New Albacore.
Well, obviously, it's a very open map. The gradings, for one, definitely make it interesting as you have a couple of less movement options. I mean, normally you're used to just being able to go in squid form and run around everywhere, but not going to be the case with these gratings that you have to walk over them or you fall through into the drink below. So, going to be interesting here to see what we're seeing from both of these teams heading into this last match, both fighting for their tournament stakes at the moment and the ability to go up versus Loki in grand finals.
All right, and it looks like we have a sub coming in on the side of eventually giving them the security that they need after a fatal DC on their last game. I'm not 100% familiar with the players, especially because there's a lot of unique names. But
Yeah,
hopefully,
to be told, I'm not sure myself. We might be able to get. I'm gonna try to work on getting a roster to see if there are any more identify these players by. But in the meantime, we're about to hop right into Game 5 of this losers finals match.
all right, we got Pika breaking out the ballpoint instead of the slosher. They're running a double backline composition. Ballpoint seems to be the fan favorite in this map mode, as we've got one on one side and one on the other. But I'm looking forward to see whether or not Azur's decision to have double backline reigns over eventually single backline player.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, the ballpoint splatling is a very versatile weapon, obviously. Having those two different modes of firing ability, you're able to, pressure when you really have to or defend close up, but you're also able to pick off other opponents from far away. Looks like we've got a majority of this match right now happening on this right side. Eventually going to be able to clean up two members of Azur, so they're going to go ahead, pick up this Rainmaker and start pushing forward, try to get a couple of shots here moving forward, and we'll see what they can do with this push.
Alrighty. Eventually manages to push their points all the way up to 36, which is a huge blessing when it comes to Elport. It's such a big map. Usually that middle push is the one to manage if you have the opportunity to do so. We've got Overpowered trying to maintain their presence in their own base, but we've got too many people going down. Azur is able to knock these people out and make sure they get their control back despite their losses, and they're going to be painting up in mid and preparing for a push of their own. We've got Copilot on the Rainmaker, but unfortunately they don't have enough control on the left side to be able to protect him from oncoming threats. Pika's Rain able to actually take out somebody in their own base and as they paint up, but there's somebody still on the far left. Despite their heavy range, despite all the range that they don't have the control they would like. And
what is with all of the disconnects today? Another member of Azur going down after a push to 36 from eventually, so I don't know that this game is fully going to get replayed.
I don't think they have the opportunity to do so. They pushed it.
It does look like, I thought for a moment that the members of Azur were staying in their base, but they are going to go ahead and defend that push and try to make what they have work here. But all four members of eventually are in proper positioning here to go ahead, pop this Rainmaker, and go for the go-ahead victory in the set. Venom here sharking on the side, waiting for any members of Azur, but the Rainmaker is going to go ahead and reset, so eventually not going to get the knockout at the moment, but we'll see what happens with the remainder of this.
Playing with a DC on this map in particular is going to be a really hard set. Hopefully that the range that they've allowed themselves is going to be what they need in order to keep any players out of their base. The Stingray comes out, but they're able to jump out before it lands any kind of fatal picks on their team. eventually taking the route of moving back to their spawn. They know they've got the upper hand. They don't need to take too many risks. They just have to make sure that they can pull off something like that with a little bit of a shark and a lot of bit of bullets in the butt.
Eventually,
Alright.
now going to go ahead and push forward, push back the members of Azure. FM going to go ahead, pick up this Rainmaker, as the rest of the members of Eventually are looking for the rest of the picks to go for the knockout at the moment.
Alright, we've got FM with the Rainmaker again. The Stingray is going to deny them the knockout that they crave so badly. Azure, despite all odds, is refusing to give up. We've got only the ballpoint in their spawn, but they go down, so they're most likely not going to be able to get the knockout that they crave so hard. But let's see if Azure is going to be able to make amends and do what they need in order to grab that lead before the end of this match.
Yeah, you know, maybe eventually this team will get the knockout, but nonetheless, Azure here going to go ahead, pop the Rainmaker. Shy is the only one up for them at the moment, so is going to be forced to retreat and jump out. This will allow Eventually to continue pushing forward, or really just looks like they're just opting to defend as not so much push forward, as they know that Azure has to come up and grab this Rainmaker if they want to go ahead and win this game. But that disconnect is making it difficult to do. That is going to be a wipe, and that will be the game now. Yeah, it looks like Azure there admitted their fate, admitted defeat, eventually taking the game, taking the set, moving on to winners finals against Loki.
Alright, and a winner's final that I'm definitely looking forward to. I think Loki has been biding their time long enough, and it's time for their time in the spotlight.
Indeed. So we are going to take a real quick break. We're coming back at you with winners finals very shortly. You won't want to go anywhere.
Alright, I'll see you soon. Oh, I didn't mute myself.
All right, everyone, it's time for grand finals between Loki and eventually coming down eventually and taking that set win over Azure. Unfortunately, some more DCs. Hopefully, again, we don't have any more of those. Knock on wood here. And we're going to get this underway. Grand finals, best of 7. First game going to Tower Control on Schellendorf Institute. Stellar, how are you feeling about this one? All right, Q's going to go ahead, take that ballpoint. FM going to come back out with the junior. Interesting stuff coming out from Loki eventually. And much the same as we'd expect from Loki. You know, the one with Umbrella, Hitzel with the end zap, Chip with the brush. And I didn't quite catch their fourth. Their fourth is, Gamer, of course. Gamer coming out with the Charger. So we'll see here. Loki going to go ahead, hop on the tower early at the moment. And Chip just going to go ahead, run around, try to be as difficult to hit as possible for the members of Eventually as they go ahead and clear this first checkpoint. Right, so eventually doing a good job here overall of getting a couple of picks they needed to set themselves up for a push, looking to approach this first checkpoint and try to get some momentum going here. But Gamaru not going to let that happen right now on that scope. We'll see here what comes out of the rest of this game. We're about at halfway point of this game as eventually continues pushing forward with this Ink2Win. Yeah, so here we are now in a relatively neutral situation. Eventually going to go ahead, hop on the tower, get moving here as they approach this first checkpoint. 2-down situation for Loki at the moment. So eventually, at the very least, going to get past this first checkpoint. Ancient going to get popped by eventually, but going to get immediately taken down by Gamaru. But all the meanwhile, eventually still pushes forward and are going to go ahead and take the lead for the moment. Chip going to try to put in work with the brush and is going to get 2-down situation, stopping that push at the second checkpoint. Ooh, the one, though, going down to the junior. Yeah. And I was trying to avoid this, but Stellar, I believe you're muted on stream. That's fine. Stuff happens, but any event at the moment. Chip here going to put in work. Loki looking to gain their footing here to take back the lead at the moment. Loki, Chip gonna go for the baller around the back. Loki looking to see what else they can do here at the moment. The one riding the tower gonna get pushed off by the Inkjet though.
All right, and with 2 down, Chip is going to do their best to do a tower bounce. They need to maneuver the heck out of this in order to get the lead, and it looks like with 2 people going down the side of, eventually they're going to manage to take the lead with only seconds left without even having to clock into overtime.
The one just able to stand his ground on tower with that umbrella canopy open, going to give Loki the first game in the set. Chip going for an 18K, FM going for 15K. Impressive stuff going back and forth in that match overall. This will be an exciting set.
Exciting is definitely the word I would use for this, especially we're going into Clam Blitz on Gobi Arena. This and the Reef are 2 of the maps that clams get whiffed the most because of, not only because of the choke point, but because of the particular height that you have to look up. I know during my time in competitive play, this was definitely the bane. This map was definitely the bane of our tournaments and scrims, just because of how. We've got a DC on the side of eventually. Let's go.
We are doing fantastic, folks.
DC City. What the heck was I in the middle of saying? We've got DC's scoreboard malfunction. Stella forgets their mic. This is a spectacular first run, if I do say so myself.
We're doing all right.
We're doing all right. If all things considered, things could have gone a little worse on my side, but we're living.
Here's
Hold
what's
on,
happening.
let me switch off the screen really quick so people don't see the password meme on me. Not the one I was meaning to, but is it the same as the last one?
Yes, it is. So we're on a ship right now.
We're on a ship. I'm closing my eyes. We're gonna roleplay a little bit here.
Oh, I don't know if this is gonna be that. But we're on a ship, and the tournament right now is the ship, and we've just been in some turbulent waters. Now the ship isn't completely turned over, like it's not upside down. We've just been encountering some rocky waters. There might be some water on the boat right now, but we're still alive. We're still all feeling decent. We might be roughed up a little bit, but we're hanging in there. All of these DCs happening from a bunch of different teams recently. Don't know what the deal is with that, but man, just wish we could play some Splatoon.
Our ship is the ship after SpongeBob led Patrick while on what's the name of the ghost ship? You're good. You're good. You're good.
I have no idea. I just don't have any idea. But in any case, we're hoping here to go through the rest of this. We're about to see some more Splatoon, folks.
Put your little hands together. Give a little prayer to the internet gods. The rest of this runs as smoothly as the start of our tournament ran, which before my fatigue started setting in was pretty good, if I do say so myself.
Man, this has definitely been an event. It's been an event.
It's something to be remembered down the line.
Yeah. Definitely here is the teams making their final weapon choices.
Alrighty. It shouldn't be. Oh, I was gonna say it shouldn't be too long because of the DC, but then I remembered it happened in the lobby, so there's no comps to keep consistent. Alrighty. I'm gonna transition back into the main screen. We fixed that scoreboard up. It says low key properly. I'm gonna take a second to give them the point that they deserve. And
Any event, Clams, Gobi Arena. We've got Dooley's, Splattershot Pro, Firefin Scope, and H3 coming out from eventually, and the one going over to the Soda Slosher, which we saw a little bit of earlier in the day, I believe, coming out from him. Something that you don't exactly expect is this Slosher play, but we'll see if it works out for Loki at the moment. Gamaru looks like has a power clam at the ready, but is going to go ahead and go down.
Alright, eventually manages to pop up the first power clam, popping the 10 missiles to make sure they're scattered, painting up that entire corridor. Now they've got the first baller, and the Doolies is going to be the one pushing up to make sure that Gamer, Mr. Range City here, is distracted enough that they can get a decent amount of clams in. We've only got one person left up on the side of eventually, it's the Pro. They decided to jump out in favor of putting in their last clam. They actually jumped to a teammate and actually managed to keep their last clam alive, which is some dedication if I do say so myself.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see here what comes out from both of these teams.
Alrighty. Chip is going to play the juggle game as they keep the two power balls alive as they picked up their pity. Determined not to have a pity ball or a power clam on themselves so they can push out into the mid and cause some havoc, but unfortunately they go down to Eventually's team. The 10 missiles are managing to scatter these guys all around as needed, but they are still maintaining their control and getting a huge amount of clams now. The clam count between Loki and Eventually is almost even at this point. It could be anybody's game. If Loki manages to get a pick, they could turn the situation around on them, and it looks like that may be the case because we've gone 2 down on the side of Eventually, and we have the whole side for this painted, and they're going to be putting in those power clams and getting a decent chunk of points in and taking the lead while they're at it.
Yeah, Loki here looks like they're doing a very good job overall of getting a coordinated push together.
Gamer, it seems, made a huge jump off the hoop and managed to put some clams into that basket mid-air, which is a tech if I do say so myself. We've got some players all the way in the back still popping in clams. Gamer, being the hardcore backline he is the only person in their spawn causing so much trouble, and with only one clam left, it seems Hitzel's jumping in, but unfortunately because there's too many players on Eventually's side, they're going to be able to cancel that out before they put the one clam in they need in order to secure that knockout. Now we're going to be able to see a push from eventually. Their dualies gets 10 missiles on 3. They're going to be able to scatter them around and make sure and do their best. They've got 30 clams, that's 3 power balls and nothing else. And they're painted enough to get that power ball in, but it doesn't look like anybody's powering in enough to get all of those balls in. With only the pro left, it doesn't look like they're going to have the opportunity as they suffer a full team wipe before they can get anything lower than 35 points.
Unfortunately, they eventually almost had everything they needed. That one extra power climb in would have gotten it to 19, and they would have just needed some more change, but unfortunately not going to be able to do that at the moment and are going to need at least one more push, but time is quickly running out and Loki is quickly building up plans.
Alright, I got a loss for words there for a sec. Gamer pulls off a jump all the way into their enemy spawn, and he's in there to make some havoc again. They're doing their best to at least diminish that, they're diminishing that push, their penalty that they had earlier. Oh, it's getting to that time, kiddos. Unfortunately, they're not able to get the knockout that they might have wanted. We've got eventually powering in with 3 clams, putting in as many as they can. If they get one more in, they're going to be able to flip this and claim the game for themselves, but Hitzel is doing their best to paint. They're squeezing in, and unfortunately the power claim goes down. They're not able to claim it. But what's this? They pop in under the grates and slip right under their little toes, and eventually takes the lead from Loki's score of 3. And that is clams gobies, my friend.
Wow, impressive persistence coming out from eventually in that match. Unfortunately, I disconnected this time mid-game, so I was just watching the stream to try to catch up on what was going on. But great persistence coming out from eventually there at the end of that match, getting all of the power clams in that they needed to take the game. But we're going to be moving forward now, set now 1-1, heading to Splat Zones on Splatoon's newest map in Skipper Pavilion.
I forgot this was the newest map they ever added. This was the last one, right?
Yeah, this is the last one.
That was in December. We've been on such a ride ever since that happened. There was so many different meta changes. It had just slipped my mind that Skipper wasn't the norm. It's probably also skipped my mind because I skip it so often in rotations.
What's wrong with it? Why do you skip it? Skipper has feelings too.
As a person that plays backline, Skipper is a map that relies really heavily on I think Skipper relies just as heavily on consistent 2v2s as much as it does on Triggerfish, and doing well at backlining and just not having results because the other half of your team is not particularly performing, it feels draining. So I usually am just not today, Skipper. Not today. But when I play it with a coordinated team, I can't lie and say I don't have a good time.
Well, there you go. That's the important part. Especially with the coordination that these two teams that we've been seeing for the total day so far have been coming out. Loki sticking with a comp you probably expected them. The only notable thing is Gamer coming out with a ballpoint. And looks like eventually keeping with about what they have been in so far in the past couple of games. Loki taking the early zone cap, but eventually going to go ahead and take it right back.
Alrighty, but eventually keeping that lead. It's just like I said, the Skipper relies heavily on these 2v2s, and with those two going down, they're going to see the zone flip in favor of Loki as they have to respawn and reaccumulate. When it comes to pushing on Skipper, you can choose to return on through the mid, through the bottom, or through both at the same time, but either way it takes heavy coordination, as the choke points that a skipper has can be really detrimental if you don't know how to maneuver around them in favor of the team. But we've got the Stingray coming out on the side of eventually moving around low-key as much as they need to, but unfortunately they've got two people going down on their side. Gamers pushing this dualies all the way to their spawn. Unfortunately, they're able to jump out before they take too much damage, but they're gonna have to do some heavy work. And they go down to a mine, and that jump out was gonna be their opportunity to paint the zone and get the penalty they need. But that surprise mine was just the 200 IQ galaxy brain play that they needed to make sure that this game was in their favor and nobody else's.
Yeah, Loki doing an excellent job locking down the zone. Hitzel coming up with a couple of picks there at the very end to solidify the game for Loki. And Loki taking that one pretty handily, somewhat surprisingly.
I've had my...
Oh my god.
Woohoo! It's 10 o'clock, and I love Splatoon! Alrighty, K-Bot.
Another communication error has occurred right when I try to join. We're doing great, folks.
I think you tried to join while the room was still in the process of falling apart.
Yeah,
so,
probably.
Cause I just got kicked out in general. Let me switch to a BRB screen again before people look at our password. How was your day, K-Bot?
It was good.
Yeah.
I haven't done a whole lot.
Yeah, that's good though. Sometimes you need days like that.
Right. But overall, it was good.
Okay.
Looking like... I just pulled up Battlefield Match Chat, and it looks like we might be taking a very, very short break. Wish I knew fully what was going on. But, so at the moment, Loki up 2-1.
Two to one. Next is going to be Rainmaker on Camp Triggerfish, which is definitely an interesting map mode because you've got the two options for pushing. You could go the left or the mid, and while the left is definitely a more safer and secure push, the mid can accumulate. When you push your mid, you can accumulate so many more points than you could anywhere else because of how much closer it is to that podium. Should you have the man advantage, that's definitely the area you'd love to go down to. All
right, I now have the reason. So that actually was a purposeful lobby disconnect. Hitzel closed the lobby because he's subbing out, and Arashi is coming in for Loki.
Oh, hype! I love
Loki,
seeing some Arashi play. That's my boy.
Yeah, Arashi coming out now for Loki. So hopefully we'll see a couple hammers. I'm thinking we're gonna see some hammer. I don't know, guys.
A little bit of hammer. Last time
we might see a hammer.
The last time I saw Arashi play, he was back on those dualies, showing that S2DX pickup what was what, and Arashi dualies are definitely the thing that made me a fan of him to begin with, and I'd love to see that more, but I can't say there's anything more exciting than watching Arashi play the main, or play his main, the hammer, which he's practiced since the day it came out, despite all odds.
Here we go now. Everyone's in the lobby. Raidmaker on Camp Triggerfish. Hey, this sounds familiar. I wonder where Rainmaker Camp Triggerfish in finals came from. Sounds like another tournament I know. Sounds like another organizers that I know. But in any event, what do you think about the classic of Rainmaker Camp Triggerfish?
I just think that Rainmaker Triggerfish is just one of the more solid modes that it has. Like, I mentioned before when it popped up in rotation, but when you have tower control, it has a lot of good pushes, but a lot of the fatalities that you see on this map is just kind of people slipping and falling off the map, which is entertaining in its own right, but can feel very, very, like, devastating should that occur to you.
Yeah.
But again, there's the push across the grates can be incredibly challenging, if it's not done right. Because you have to have your arrows pushed so far in advance, and then with the rail that you can take to just flank the crap out of everybody, that could end so many pushes before people even have the chance to breathe on what's happening. So hopefully we can see some really exciting plays. I know I've seen a lot of people rush to the pop, die immediately, and then the game is just over. So I feel like this can go any way, and I'm excited to see what the results are going to be, especially because somebody's purple, the best color.
That's the only reason why there's anything good about this match. But in any event, Loki versus Eventually, we're hopping into Game 4 now. Loki up 2-1 in the set, and almost what you'd expect coming out from both of these teams, but Chip actually going for that Rapid Blaster.
If the Rapid Blaster were meta anywhere in Splatoon right now, it would definitely be on Camp Triggerfish. Camping those corners is gonna just, like, do people in some real dirty deaths. That was an alliteration. With Gamer being the only one up, he has to defend himself on the grates and hope that his teammates come back, but instead of waiting, he decides to push for as many potential points as he can manage. We've got Eventually pushing up on their corners now, popping that Inkjet, another one of the Inkjet's stronger maps, tormenting these people on the other side of the wall before they even have a chance to breathe. And now we've got them pushing through the mid to get so many points to win them the lead. And it looks like they're not done yet, because Eventually is popping that Booyah Bomb, and just for a second I thought they even picked it up, but luckily the hammer pop from the one is able to push them out of their spawn and prevent them from doing any more damage to their ability to take the lead.
Indeed, you're the one going to go ahead, try to push up the middle of the map while the rest of the members of Loki are trying to go up this left side. Gimaru going to go ahead, pop the Stingray. Arashi going to have to avoid this bomb. Venom trying to sneak up. Armor is going to get popped, but is not quite going to get popped as soon as perhaps they'd like. Arashi is, though, going to go down by the Stingray. All the specials coming out at this point on the side of Eventually as Loki goes 2 down.
Yeah, and with only the Rapid Blaster up, they're not going to have they actually managed to get a pick in mid, which unfortunately they go down getting, but that's going to detriment their ability to paint and be able to pick up that Rainmaker that they have to wait to reset in order to get into a more advantageous position. They have enough bombs to get that very, very fast pop though, and it looks like they're going to make sure they have enough manpower and paint to push into that left side, but right as they pick it up, again, that Rapid Blaster takes them out before they have a second to breathe. They're 3 down on Eventually. Loki is popping out those hammers like it's no tomorrow to make sure that they don't have the ability to even walk on this map.
Yeah, no, Eventually, when they picked up the Rainmaker there for a split second, had nowhere to go. They had the one approaching them with the Tent Umbrella Canopy already out, slowly approaching them, had the hammer at the ready, and the rest of the other 3 members of Loki were in the middle. So Eventually had nowhere to go for that push. That gave Loki the opportunity to push forward, but unfortunately not going to be enough. Still plenty of time, though, for Loki to make a push.
Loki playing really impatient in those last 2 pushes, hoping to get that itty-bitty lead that they could get just off of stepping on that ramp, but unfortunately their pushes were in vain as they only pushed up to 49 instead of the 39 or 38 that they would need to counter Eventually's position over them. Venom, camping the wall a little bit here, actually managed to surprise Arashi and take him out. And now they've got 3 down on the side of low-key. Only the Stingray here to protect them. But luckily they pick up the Rainmaker and they take out Eventually's lead so that they have to push back and recount. Now they've managed to push a huge lead against low-key, and they're gonna play some stellar defense against these upcoming hammers to make sure that lead isn't challenged.
Inkjet being popped. We've seen work come out of Inkjets here so far in this set. The one actually going to go down, unfortunately, to the Rainmaker explosion. Unfortunately, not quite able to make a forward enough push happen, but here comes the rest of the members of Loki, able to recover from that. Gamaru going to go ahead, pick up the Rainmaker, looking to push forward, likely going to take the lead here. Will go ahead and take the lead, looking for the knockout at the moment, and will find it. Loki taking game 4. They're up now 3-1 and are on to tournament point.
What a match that was. Definitely not something I was expecting was double hammer from low-key. I think this is the first time I've even seen Arashi pull out that Kensa Mini, and I think the meta shift with how well any of the mini Splatlinks play in general is what they've needed in order to play some really outstanding comps against some good competition.
But now, up next is tower control on Moray Towers. I suppose you could use a hammer here, but I'm not quite sure that double hammer is going to be your best bet.
Yes.
What do you think, Stellar?
Even though on Moray Towers the paths are incredibly narrow, the high ground low ground difference that you have to encounter could make your hammers very, very easy to snipe. So it might not be a terrible pick to keep the camo tent, as the canopy can help you push very far ahead with like very little to counter it. But it's possible that we're going to see some different comps come out. But it's also possible that we'll see incredibly similar comps, as Loki is definitely one to play unconventionally in terms of weapons.
Indeed, and a lot of times Loki playing unconventionally works quite in our favor, just depending on, what the other team is expecting to come out of them.
Yeah, definitely. I remember listening to Ink2Win's source that just like not often playing against bamboo, especially in a land setting, was a huge surprise for them, and how much trouble it gave them. And they had to think of a counter on the spot that they didn't necessarily practice as much as they would have liked. So it's definitely something that pops into their favor. Now we're popping into tower control, and Arashi actually pulls out the clapples, which is probably the weapon with my favorite what's it called? Slang name for it. Although I think if you were to pull out a pair of Dapple Dualies, the vanilla ones would still be a good pick with their how powerful beacons are. The clapples are nonetheless still a powerful tool with how choked up and small these areas can get for popping splashdowns and stuff.
Nonetheless, though, at the moment, both teams not going to be able to find footing that they want, but Loki has 3 specials ready and are ready to push forward. The Clapples are going to go ahead and go to Ultra Stamp, going to get popped as Gamaru forced off that tower by the Booyah Bomb coming out from Eventually. Chip going to go ahead, hop on the tower, try to get at least one pick, being pushed up pretty aggressive. Really just trying to stay alive at this point is Loki. And
stay alive they do. We've got 3 down on the side of Eventually. Chipu painting the heck out of their base, and they're ready to push that tower, but unfortunately nobody's taken it yet, despite how much they've pushed up. Now we've got somebody on the tower making sure that they're getting the points they deserve with how hard they pushed up on these guys. And we've got Arashi on their overlook, making sure that no surprises come to Gamer as he makes sure that this tower is maintained as they get this checkpoint. Unfortunately, not enough oversight was had, and somebody was able to sneak up on him, but Gamer pulled a very, very nice snipe and defended himself despite despite the disadvantage that he was at.
But here comes Loki now going through this last checkpoint and now going to go ahead and approach the goal. The rest of the members of eventually trying not to let this happen. Gamaru is going to go ahead and go down, but Arashi and the One are both there, and that is going to be the game, set, match, and tournament. Loki taking it over eventually 4-1 and are going to be your Ink2Win substitute teacher champions tonight.
Oh, it's been quite a night. But I'm really glad I got to see some really nice games. This has definitely been an experience I'll adore, never forget. And I'm definitely looking forward to putting myself out there more and getting more content like this to you guys in the future. Whew.
Definitely. Was a pleasure to be on, but before we go, a handful of things that we need to let you know about.
Yes.
One of which, A&G Gaming are going to come back at you next Friday night, I believe, with a very similar format, similar tournament. If you're interested in
more staff,
hopefully more staff, hopefully more experienced staff, and definitely and hopefully more disconnects as well.
Oh my god, the highlight of this.
Less disconnects. My bad.
Definitely the highlight. You did. It's okay. It's like 10 o'clock.
G informing us in Twitch chat that actually the winners of tonight's tournament getting some money.
We got a prize pool going?
We had a small little donation prize pool of $100. I just want to confirm that information is all correct. Hopefully I'll get that confirmation here soon. Well, never mind. I'll say that for later. Okay, so where were we? Come back here next week for hopefully a smoother experience of the scene. That's thing one. So that will be Friday night, May 10th. Saturday, May 11th, one of the primary things that I do is I run a little thing you might have heard of called the Squidboard Splat Series. It is the monthly tournament that the folks at Squidboards put on. If you're interested in signing up and finding more information about that, you can go to squidboards.com/battlefy. And the other thing coming up is, I actually don't know if I typed that correct. I may or may not have typed that correct. But the other thing coming up that you should know about is the second edition of the Academy Speed Ladder. The first edition went extremely well, and they're coming back with a second one on May 18th. So be sure to join the Academy Discord server to find more information in that regard. Stellar, excellent work today. Where can the good people find you?
They can find me in two different places. I'm most active on my own Twitter. That would be at stellar_splat. Every single L in that username is capitalized. And then I'm also a streamer myself. I think that played a big part in my ability to just like stay awake and keep talking throughout the entirety of this. So I'm very thankful for that. Anybody that's still interested can watch my irregular streams at Stellar Violet at twitch.tv/stellarviolets. thank you again for all the help you did. I was informed that this tournament was in fact going to happen at like about noon today at my job, and I have myself and the staff at A&G have been working really hard ever since that decision to make sure that there was a decent turnout, a decent stream, and enough people to make sure that things ran. And I don't think I have the words to express just how grateful I am that you popped in to say hello and help out today.
That's fine. I love to do it myself. Of course, I have been KBot. The easiest place to find me is probably on my Twitter account at KBot_273. My Twitch was just linked there, but I stream every once in a while. I don't really do that regularly. You're welcome to follow it, but there's not a lot that happens over there. Best place to find me is probably Twitter. That is all I've got for the evening. Thank you all for being patient with us and coming out for this tournament tonight. We really appreciate it. We hope to see you back next week here on A&G Gaming. This has been Ink2Win, Substitute Teacher. We'll see you all next week. Take care, everybody.